that are promoting ideology that he agrees with. We all know this in this House. When he agrees with it, it would be a good look for his brand, then he's there. But now that the protests don't align with his views, he's going the nuclear option by invoking the Emergencies Act. The thing about being the leader of a free and fair democracy like Canada is that you don't get to pick and choose who gets to speak out and on what issues. The Prime Minister does not get to unilaterally suppress civil liberties of people he doesn't like. That, Madam Speaker, is what dictators do. All Canadians should be concerned by the actions of this Prime Minister and his Liberal government. All Canadians should be concerned when a group is targeted by the federal government for their political beliefs. And indeed, all Canadians should be concerned by the precedent being set by this government. And I will be proud to vote in opposition to this government overreach. Thank you.
So the point of order. The Honourable Government Whip. The Honourable Whip of the Official Opposition.
Well, I like the way you think, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to indicate that the remaining Conservative Party of Canada caucus speaking slots are hereby divided by 2.
I didn't specify. Excuse me. Perfect. That's good. The questions et commentaires. The
questions and comments.
Point d'ordre. The honourable member for.
On a point of order.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a point of order. Sorry, I heard point of order. Okay. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've heard the words of my colleague on the other side of the floor, and so I have a few questions. As a Jewish member of Parliament myself and a descendant of survivors of the Holocaust as well, I, like many Canadians, were shocked to see Nazi flags, Confederate flags, dismayed and angry and hurt, horribly hurt. So how many Nazi flags does it take? How many donors from the Capitol riots, it's 1,100 and counting, who have donated to these illegal blockades? How many guns need to be seized? How much vitriol do we have to see of honk honk, which is an acronym for Hail Hitler, do we need to see by these protesters on social media? How many times do we have to see clear indicators that what is out there is not about the hard 2 years that every Canadian has suffered, but is it about something much deeper and darker and uglier that is threatening the stability of this House, the work that we do as legislators each and every day for our constituents, the democracy that we have to uphold? When will it be an emergency for you and your colleagues across the floor?
The honourable member knows full well that she needs to address the questions and comments to the chair, and I've been trying to signal her because there's other people who need to ask questions as well. So the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And clearly, all members in this House denounce any anti-Semitism in all of its kind. But when we look out, when I look at the people that have come here to protest, and Conservatives have been saying that it's time to move on. It's time for the trucks to go. We've been saying that. But what is very clear is the Emergencies Act is an absolutely inappropriate tool, seizing the bank accounts of individuals that you disagree with because of their political beliefs. It's unprecedented and it's wrong.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Fundy Royal for his speech and for standing up to oppose this Emergencies Act, as do I. Last week, the week before, it's been 3 weeks now, we asked, why isn't something being done now? Why isn't there any intervention? And the Liberals said, no, it's for the Ottawa Police to deal with. And then 3 weeks later, they trot out the Emergencies Act. Makes no sense, Madam Speaker. How is it that we've come to this point today? and the Ottawa police chief said that finally something's going to be done. Why did it take so long? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for his question. Absolutely. The Prime Minister at one point said measures like this should be a last resort. But in fact, in this case, it's been his first resort. He did nothing to de-escalate. In fact, as many people have said, he's thrown gasoline on embers. This is something that at all the border crossings are open. The protest here in Ottawa, I walk amongst the protesters every night on my way from this place back to my apartment, and they have been peaceful. Everyone in this House knows that they've been peaceful. So this is an inappropriate tool to use on a peaceful protest.
Questions and comments? I have a time for a brief question. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuka Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, to that final comment, it's clear that Ottawa residents would disagree completely. Residents that have been the targets of racist, misogynistic, homophobic attacks from people involved in this illegal occupation. Let's be clear, it's lasted as long as it has, in part because of the way in which Conservatives, including the Conservative leader, have aided and abetted this illegal occupation. Just today, we heard from news media that a Conservative MP was giving the thumbs up to members of this illegal occupation. What will it take for Conservatives to condemn the illegal occupation and to take a stand against those that want to overthrow democracy and movements led by white supremacists?
Before I go to the answer, I just want to maybe ask the honourable member that maybe next time she wants to ask a question that she adjust her mic, because we were getting a lot of feedback from it. The honourable member for Fundy Royal, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot of people in this House seem to be confused. Something doesn't have to, if something's an emergency or an inconvenience, or it's something that you want to change, or it's something you disagree with, that is a matter of debate. But the fact of the matter is, to enact the Emergency Act, the territorial integrity, the security and sovereignty of Canada has to be at risk. No one can seriously claim that the protest on Wellington Street is impacting the territorial integrity and sovereignty of our country. If it is, then we have bigger problems than we think.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. Okay, I just want to remind members that if they don't stand up, I can't acknowledge them because I don't know that they actually want to speak.
Madam Speaker, I apologize for not rising. I'm still working on my new knees. I'm honored to rise tonight on one of the most important debates we've had in this place in the time that I've been a member of Parliament. I'm extremely I'm on the horns of a dilemma, Madam Speaker. First, I want to acknowledge that I'm standing in the traditional territory of the people of the Algonquin Nation and acknowledge that their patience and tolerance with us is indeed generous, and I say miigwech. This is a very difficult debate, and it's difficult for many reasons. And one of them for me is that I have not yet decided how I will vote. Neither has my parliamentary colleague from Kitchener Centre. We are looking deeply at the Emergencies Act, the implications of it, the downsides which are evident, and the need for it which remains a question. I want to say that this is going to be more legalistic than usual, Madam Speaker. I'm essentially going to go through an exercise of statutory interpretation and compare it with the facts and see where we are. So I'm actually grappling with two questions tonight. How do we vote, but also how do we analyze the legal questions? I think in this debate today and over, I know from 7 a.m. till midnight tomorrow, the day after, and the day after, and part of Monday, we are going to hear debate which is not grounded in statutory interpretation, but in which a lot of emotion and a lot of charges and countercharges will be heard. Both sides have generously festooned this debate already with wedge issues and red herrings, and I think as Canadians, and certainly the citizens of this country, need to know what we're talking about, and I'll do my best to bring it home. The first question is, well, what is the Emergencies Act? It's very important to say that it is not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, as used by the current Prime Minister's father, Pierre Trudeau, in the FLQ crisis, was an egregious violation of rights and freedoms right across the country. It was a suspension of civil liberties everywhere all at once. It was directed against people of Quebec, even people with no connection whatsoever to anything radical, but merely political opponents of the government of the day who were rounded up. There was an official apology in the last session of Parliament. We understand that, by the way, when the War Measures Act was invoked in the 1970s, police in Vancouver rode into peace camps and started beating people up because civil liberties were gone right across Canada. You didn't need to have a reason. This is not that. This is the work that I would have to say impresses me of reflective parliamentarians gathered in 1980s when they had no imminent emergency to which they had to respond. They looked at public welfare like a pandemic. Well, how would we respond to that? Would we need the Emergencies Act? And what kind of emergency would it be? They looked at war, they looked at natural disasters, and they looked at this, which is what the government has invoked. The declaration that we're debating tonight is out of the public order emergency category. But when they did that, they made it clear this act by its very language means the military can't be called in. By its very language, it says the Charter of Rights and Freedoms will be honored. And very much unlike the War Measures Act, it creates parliamentary oversight, part of which we're doing here tonight, that within 7 sitting days of the government, any government, using its declaration for an emergency, Parliament must debate the matter and vote. And Parliament will have a committee to continue to oversee what takes place under the Emergencies Act to make sure it conforms to the law. 20 members of Parliament and 10 senators at any time during the 30-day life of this emergencies declaration can gather and request that we debate this again and vote again. So in a minority Parliament, this does suggest that the executive, in other words, the cabinet and the Prime Minister, do not have the power to call the Emergencies Act. Obviously, they've done the declaration. It's in effect right now. But there's parliamentary oversight of this act. So you go to another act to find the definition for threats to the security of Canada. This is fascinating, and I think I may be the first one to mention this. Threats to the security of Canada in the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act is defined with 4 heads to describe it. To save time, I'll read only B, because I think that's the one that most applies in this circumstance. Includes threats to the security of Canada means foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person. Now, the second part of that definition that we get from the Emergencies Act itself says that not only must it be a threat to the security of Canada, such as the one I just read out in the definition from the Security Intelligence Service Act, it must also be so serious as to be a national emergency. National emergency, we go back to the Emergencies Act. National emergency, which people have referenced this House, is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or, not both, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. So the question here is, has that test been met? Has that threshold been met? And that takes further interpretation based on the facts. I personally, and I found this in the declaration itself, so the government is also troubled by this, am troubled by the foreign influence aspect of what we're seeing across Canada. The declaration which we're debating tonight includes this point. Quote, the protests have become a rallying point for anti-government and anti-authority, anti-vaccination, conspiracy theory, and white supremacist groups throughout Canada and other Western countries. The protesters have varying ideological grievances, with demands ranging from an end to all public health restrictions to the overthrow of the elected government. Now, Madam Speaker, that does seem very consistent with our first question. Is this a threat to the security of Canada under the meaning of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act? Foreign influenced activities within or related to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada, such as blocking access to trade, blocking communities, shutting down communities. And are they clandestine or deceptive? You bet. If the money's coming from overseas and people use anonymous email addresses and they send money into Canada for the purpose of disrupting our nation. Now, what is that purpose? Where do we find further evidence of what foreign influence might be attempting to visit on Canada, but also on other political regimes? This is from today's Associated Press. How American cash for Canada's protests would sway U.S. politics. And in this, a series of journalists working for Associated Press make the case that this convoy and the various protests across Canada under the banner of Freedom Convoys is, quote, really aimed at energizing conservative politics in the U.S. and elsewhere. Republicans think, says the article, standing with protesters up north will galvanize fundraising and voter turnout for the midterm elections. No wonder we have such luminaries of the far right, south of the border, as Texican Republican Ted Cruz and Georgian Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene calling the protesters in Canada not just heroes and patriots. They are the darlings of Fox News right now. And Senator Rand Paul says, quote, he hopes the truckers come to the United States and clog up their cities. In other words, I think one aspect of what raised this to the level of national emergency is that it also has tentacles that longer it goes on here, the more it's intended to inspire disruption in other economies, including our #1 trading partner. Does it rise to the level of a national emergency? This is a harder one for me. Does it rise to the level of a national emergency? We have seen blockades being removed. They were geographically easier. There were fewer people. The logistics of the Ambassador Bridge compared to what's going on right now outside this place. And I will disagree with colleagues in this place who've said if we're here in Parliament, that means it's safe. That is not the case. Friends of mine in this place and members of their staff have had feces thrown at them as they go back and forth to work. We've had people yell at us and abuse us as we try to go through the streets. And being that at the moment I'm someone with a disability, I can't get here at all without protective service protection and assistance. So no, it is not our usual Parliament Hill. We do not feel safe here. And going back to going to the next point of evidence that I want to bring before us, I'm very concerned about the nature of our safety and security here. We are not just any city in Canada. We are the national capital, and we have attracted a certain type of, and I'm not going to put a broad brush on everybody who showed up in Ottawa to support the convoy. There are clearly people who are there thinking it's sort of like a street party. There are people there who are not politically radicalized. But the thread that runs through all of this is a radicalization with an inherent threat of violence. That came forward more clearly than anything from The Guardian today, a very chilling article by a Canadian reporter who I must say I've known for years, but my goodness, Justin Ling is distinguishing himself in this crisis as someone who actually goes out and does reporting, digs up information. Today in The Guardian, here's the headline. Canada was warned before the protest began that violent extremists had infiltrated the convoy. Now, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, made this point earlier today. To excuse the protest, he said it's not their fault, they were infiltrated. Exactly. Exactly. Now, according to the article in The Guardian today from Canadian journalist Justin Ling, quote, assessments of Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Centre, known as ITAC, which includes the Security Intelligence Service Canada, CSIS, ITAC reported before the convoy got near Ottawa that, quote, the convoy organizers quote unquote, advocate civil war. Convoy organizers hold up the U.S. January 6th insurrection against a fair, democratic election, promoting the lie that that the election was Trump's and it was stolen from him. They hold that up as their model. the CSIS and the ITAC warned, according to Justin Ling, warned the City of Ottawa Police that this was the nature of what was coming down Ottawa. It wasn't a secret. They left with great fanfare to drive across the country. When this is all over, we'll have to find out what happened within the chain of command in the Ottawa Police to ignore these warnings. Some officers, not all necessarily, all but welcomed the convoy. There are reports from local Ottawa journalists that when they interviewed truck drivers, they said, well, we only planned to stay a little while, but then the police told us we could go park on Wellington and we wouldn't have to leave for a very long time. None of this, had those truckers not been truckers, but Indigenous people coming to assert rights on Indigenous territory, they wouldn't have been allowed to get a single stick into the ground to construct a single thing before being arrested quite quickly. Had they been people of color, had they been environmentalists, or my goodness, look at how we treat camps of homeless people moving in brutally. They didn't need the Emergencies Act to knock over lots of homeless people in lots of brutal police takedowns. Well, we know right now that there is an intention on the part of many of these convoy participants to not leave. I don't want to worry about every social media crank that puts things up on Twitter, but I know that Freedom Convoy social media says, get downtown to Victoria. We're going to take the legislature, and we're not going to leave until all the mandates are gone. Forget public health advice. We are going to demand that the government goes, the mandates go, who knows? It also was reported in this article about warnings from ITAC that they thought that the use of vehicles, trucks, fuel, could present a real significant threat of violence. And all too often, those of us here in Parliament have wondered and asked other security forces, does anyone know what's in all those trucks? We don't know. So I think we have clearly a situation that is allowed to become intolerable and dangerous, but I'm still not comfortable voting for the motion, and I'll tell you why. The emergency measures regulations, as described, are overly broad. When the Prime Minister said this was coming forward, he said it would be geographically circumscribed to the specific areas where we see that normal authority, lines of authority, protections for public life and health are missing. We have an emergency, that's clear. But why does this, which was promised to be very limited and specific, the emergencies measure regulations, define infrastructure as basically everything, and then say this applies right across Canada? This designation of protected places under Section 6 of the regulations is far too broad and applies for all of Canada. Now, that is a concern I have. I also know that I've heard many people ask, we need clarity. At what level of financial donation or financial support of illegal activities does your bank account get seized? I highly doubt that the Government of Canada plans to seize the bank account of anyone who made a $20 donation on GoFundMe to the Freedom Convoy. I doubt it. I think we're looking for proximate connection, the kind that will exert the pressure that makes the convoy go away. Where's the pressure points? Insurance, finances, registration, chance to make your living as a trucker when this is all over. I don't think they intend to go after a $20 bank account, but I have not heard them say that. I am not comfortable voting until I see more clarity that circumscribes the overly broad reach of the regulations. I'll also say that I hear from many, many people, virtually all the time, how do we know that this won't establish a precedent that allows a crackdown on civil liberties? I want to read one more section into the record very specifically. This is from the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act. In the definition that has been transplanted into the motion we're debating tonight, what is a threat to the security of Canada? And it says, at the bottom of the paragraph, of which I've only read subsection B, it does not include lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent. unless carried on in conjunction with any of the activities referred to above. So I feel quite secure that if the emergencies, if I'm again, and I don't plan to get arrested again, it wasn't fun. It was way outside my comfort zone, and the judge hated me. So I got a much more significant fine than my friend who's now the mayor of Vancouver. I don't plan to go out to get arrested again. I believe that nonviolent civil disobedience is a vital part of our democracy. It has its roots all the way back to Henry David Thoreau in the 1800s. It was then picked up by the exemplar of nonviolent civil disobedience, Mahatma Gandhi, and then taken up by Martin Luther King. There are reasons that in a democracy we must have peaceful protest and the right and the ability to break the law if you believe that law to be unjust. But that does not include the right to destroy other people's lives and livelihoods in the process. That does not include a right to, in your own actions, refuse to take the consequences, refuse to say, I will go quietly with you, officer. That's the essence of what I did when I performed nonviolent civil disobedience, what my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Environment, did when before he was in office. He also believed that something as important as the survival of life on Earth and the climate crisis was worth giving up your own sense of safety by submitting yourself to arrest. These are complicated matters and complicated questions. And I would beg of all of us, we must listen to each other. I am so concerned that so many of my constituents believe this is actually a peaceful protest out there. They think it is. There's nothing peaceful about hunks of metal taking over your city. Trucks do not have charter rights. Honking a horn, as the judge said in granting the injunction, is not an expression of free speech. These trucks should have been stopped before they got anywhere near the center of our national capital. They weren't. That's what constitutes the emergency. But I need the government to show me that the regulations will be tightened up before I can vote for this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Attorney General, Attorney General, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague for the very insightful presentation, as always. And I do just want to assure her that the oversight that she's looking for, the certainty that she's looking for is certainly there within the regulations. This is meant to target individuals who are breaking the law. And of course, there's an issue of proportionality as well as reasonableness that's embedded in the regulation, and I do invite her to reflect on that. It is important to distinguish between those who may have innocently or donated without the right intent, and those who obviously have donated with the intention of breaking the law. So I just want to remind her that there is an element of reasonableness that is already embedded in the regulation.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I say to my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, read the emergency measures regulations. There is no certainty in here. There is no precision. It's far too overbroad. I mean, I could read into the record critical infrastructure and how it's defined to include ports, piers, lighthouses, canals, tramways, bus stations. But I mean, this is not in any way specific to the circumstance we're in right now, and that's what makes me have a good deal of resistance to voting yes, while I do think we need to do more because we have a current emergency.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate my member's intervention tonight, and appreciate also the pain that she's in, and certainly hope she's well soon. Madam Speaker, the order in council released by the government authorizes the government to do the following, and I think this would certainly add to the members' concerns around certainty. So I will just quote what is in the order in council. Other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. So the government is authorizing itself to do things that essentially ask this House to hand him unlimited authority. And we've seen in the past in matters such as the documents from the Winnipeg lab that the Prime Minister has little or no respect for parliamentary oversight. The SNC Lavalin scandal, again demonstrating his lack of respect for independence of our justice system. So how does she feel about adding that particular section of the Order in Council to her list of reasons why she would be very apprehensive about supporting this Emergency Act?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my colleague from Yorkton Melville. Yeah, I think that the fact that we have the next, I guess, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, most of Monday, we have the opportunity over what's been a day today and over the next 4 or 5 days, the opportunity to find what's wrong here in terms of what would make members of Parliament who understand something must be done about what's currently happened, which is not that the city police didn't have the original jurisdiction which could have prevented this, but where we are now is a entrenched, well-funded, well-supported effort to, and successfully, shutting down the centre of Ottawa, and I feel successfully menacing the parliamentary procedures in this place. We have an opportunity through this debate, and I hope that government members will come forward and say, all right, that Order in Council, we didn't mean, but let's clarify this. We're not going to say that we have given ourselves a blank check. The member from one of the members, forgive me for forgetting the riding name, and I don't want to say his name out loud, made the point from the NDP from Quebec that ce n'est pas un chèque blanche.
It's not a blank check.
But I think it could be tightened up so that we actually know exactly the limits of what we're about to approve, and they should be geographically confined as well as specific to the circumstances.
The commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. I recognize her as being one of the strong defenders of democracy in this House. She was very constructive and nuanced in her intervention. We haven't heard a lot of constructive dialogue from the government lately. And I think it's unfortunate to see that they're using such a radical measure as this Emergencies Act. So I'm wondering, how would my colleague understand the demagogy and arrogance of the government in invoking this act?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci à mon...
I thank my colleague. I agree with him on the issue of the rhetoric that we've heard on both sides of this debate. I don't think that's something that helps society find a solution. I don't think it will help unify our country or our provinces. And I'm disappointed by the level of speech. I don't think that we should be demonizing the people on the other side of the debate. In all debates in Canada, we need to show respect for each other. That's essential. That's one of the things that defines Canada. We're not a country that divides with dog whistles.
The honourable member, a signal there, just so we can get to other questions. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, over the last couple of days, I've heard, first of all, inaccurate and complete anti-Indigenous racism in the rhetoric around what is going on outside. This is not a peaceful protest. This is an illegal occupation, and to be stigmatized within what's going on out here is absolutely damaging and violent to Indigenous people from across this country. I want to read the honourable member something very quickly, and it says it's from the Guardian, from Arwa Mahawi. And this is what she writes. She says, there's a lot going on in the world right now. If you're not a Canadian, then the protests in Ottawa might not be the top things you're worried about. But I'm afraid you should be worried. You should certainly be paying attention. What's unfolding in Ottawa is not a grassroots protest that has spontaneously erupted out of the frustration of the local lorry drivers. Rather, it is an AstroTurf movement, one that creates an impression of widespread grassroots support where little exists, funded by global networks of highly organized far-right groups and amplified by Facebook misinformation machine. And I just want to end off, we know that the soldiers of Olden and the Yellow Jackets are involved in this. They are posing a threat to our democracy. Our democracy is under threat. So I'd like to, Madam Speaker, through you, caution the member to referring to Indigenous people as examples when we're talking about an alt-right, white supremacist movement fueled and funded by the white supremacist movement on the other side. I'm wondering if my honourable member can agree that that is not a...
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre. I made that point earlier today to the member for Regina Capel, who was trying to say that somehow it was hypocritical that the government didn't crack down on Wet'suwet'en, whom he referred to as protesters. Those were Wet'suwet'en, hereditary chiefs with legal rights derived from the Constitution of this country and Supreme Court of Canada decisions. I couldn't agree more with what she said, and I'll just add nothing to it except to say thank the honourable member for making those points.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle, Lachine, Dorval, Lachine, La Salle. Brief question, please.
Speaker, and I would like to say thank you to the honourable member for her speech, which is always eloquent. I think we all learned a little bit something from her today. Quickly, I'd like to ask, what should a responsible leader, Prime Minister, wait for before declaring an emergency? What kind of egregious harm should befall a country, its citizens, before we do something, or do we stop it right there? Thank you.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Brief answer. I feel as though the City of Ottawa and many Canadians are in the situation of a battered wife where the police say, but has your husband used a gun on you? Has he hurt you yet? That we are menaced by an occupation, and we don't want to wait any longer to have this problem solved. We found guns in Coots. We know that this group has been infiltrated by the alt-right global network to which the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre referred earlier.
Bravo. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I wish to notify you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for London, Fanshawe. I think I'd like to start off by just acknowledging that, we have all been 2 years into this pandemic and frustrations are mounting. People certainly want to be able to get on with their lives. And to some extent, this has culminated in what we have seen over the last few weeks. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, we really do need, as parliamentarians and indeed as an entire country, need to acknowledge the intense gravity of the situation that we find ourselves in. This truly is a watershed moment in Canadian political history, because we are now, as a House, being asked by the government to confirm the declaration of public order emergency that was proclaimed on February the 14th of this week. Now, this is something that has never happened before. It is the first time that this act has been invoked in this way. And I suspect many members of Parliament am receiving concerns from constituents who are concerned with this drastic step. And so I owe it to them, to the great constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, to talk about this extraordinary time and why we have found ourselves here. We need to have a serious conversation about why we find ourselves in a place where the inaction of the Emergencies Act is suddenly a necessary action. Because, Madam Speaker, it should never have come to this. The use of the Emergencies Act, even the consideration of using it, it's an acknowledgement that we have had a failure of leadership from many different levels of government. If you look at the citizens of Ottawa, they have rightly felt abandoned by their own police. The provincial government has not been there, but more importantly, the federal government. And that's what I'm here to focus my remarks on, because we are now 2.5 weeks into an occupation. It might have started off with many people joining this thinking it was a protest. And certainly people have that cherished right in our democracy. That is a right that is very fundamental to a well-functioning democracy, that citizens have the right to peacefully assemble and protest, to make their views known, and to really push for change. But what we see in Ottawa and what we saw at many of Canada's border crossings were not protests. They were not peaceful assemblies. They were occupations and they were blockades. And they started having very negative impacts on residents, on small business owners, and workers. That is where the line was crossed, Madam Speaker. People in Ottawa didn't feel safe in their own homes. We saw reports of attempted arson in some of the buildings. We know that people have been suffering verbal abuse on a daily basis. Sometimes it's been physical. They have had to deal with all sorts of noise complaints, of ongoing pollution from idling trucks. The city of Ottawa, our national capital, has seen some of our most precious and honored national monuments defiled, and in some cases, completely walked over. It has been completely unacceptable. And from the border blockades, Madam Speaker, that has impacted far more people. We know that the trade between Canada and the United States numbers in the millions of dollars every single day. And we had factories in Southern Ontario that had to shut down. This was impacting families there. We had indeed many agricultural manufacturers, processors, and producers out in the prairies and indeed across Canada who were negatively impacted by the blockades. This was having an impact on those people. And it's those people that we need to keep our remarks focused on to answer the question of why we are here today, suddenly debating the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So, Madam Speaker, the Emergencies Act, of course, was first brought in as a piece of legislation all the way back in 1988. And pursuant to Section 17(1) of that act, we have had a public order emergency declared by the Liberal government. And so there are a few things that come about as a consequence of this. Now the government has the ability to designate specific areas and declare that any assemblies in those areas will henceforth be unlawful. So this will include the downtown core of Ottawa so that the main thoroughfares can be cleared of all of those trucks and so that the residents can get their lives back. It will also include some of our critical infrastructure, notably our ports of entry with the United States, the Windsor Ambassador Bridge, Coutts, Alberta, and Emerson, Manitoba being the most recent examples. But we also saw disturbances in Vancouver and in other ports of entry like Sarnia. It is going to allow the federal government to direct essential services, such as tow trucks, so mobilizing tow trucks to help with clearing those streets. It's going to give FinTrack the ability to cover crowdfunding. And also the federal government is going to have the extraordinary power of freezing commercial bank accounts and personal bank accounts of people who are funding these illegal occupations. It's a very real and extraordinary attempt to cut off the funding that is supplying the occupation of Ottawa and causing all of this misery. And of course, it's going to give the RCMP the power to come in and act as provincial police officers, municipal police officers, and enforce their respective laws. It must be made abundantly clear here, Madam Speaker, because I certainly have personally wrestled with this about, am I doing the right thing in supporting this? And I think what gives me some level of comfort is that I want to be very clear to the constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford that this is not a blank check. and that the powers that we are granting to the government will be carefully reviewed on an ongoing basis. And I will not hesitate to withdraw my support if I feel the government is overstepping its bounds. So by that, Madam Speaker, I mean that the application of these powers have to be specific. They must be in relation to the disturbances that we are seeing, the blockades, the occupation. They must be only used in relation to those, and they must be quickly withdrawn once we get back to a place where public order has been restored. Now, it's taken a long time to get to this point. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that my caucus colleagues in the NDP and I have been trying to push the government to take this seriously, because the warning signs were there from the beginning. I, as the public safety critic, was able to initiate a study at the Standing Committee on Public Safety into crowdfunding platforms and their possible involvement in funding movements like this. I also was able to move a successful motion to call upon the RCMP, the CBSA, the Ontario Provincial Police, and Ottawa Police, and the Minister of Public Safety to eventually come before our committee to explain to our committee how we got to this point. Why did we have such an intelligence failure, a lack of coordination over the last 2.5 weeks that got us to the point where we now have to use the sledgehammer that is the Emergencies Act? And of course, I have to recognize my colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and his private member's bill to basically ban symbols of hate, of which we unfortunately have seen evidence of in this occupation. Also, our leader was able to initiate an emergency debate in the House of Commons so that we could give parliamentarians that first opportunity to focus on this. In my remaining minute, Madam Speaker, because I know my time is drawing to a close, I just want to say this. You know, Parliament is where we make the laws of this country. It is the pinnacle of our democracy, and every single one of the 338 members who serve in the House of Commons, they were duly elected to this place to make laws, to hold the government to account on behalf of their citizens in their ridings. And to try and subvert that is an affront to the people who participated in our democracy, and we must uphold that cherished right. So I will end by saying, Madam Speaker, that it is with great reluctance that we are going to be giving our support to these emergency powers, but I can assure people that we will not take our eye off the ball, and we will not hesitate to withdraw our support should any powers be used past their intended purpose. Thank you.
That's the honourable member of Kings Hands.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. He and I have the privilege of working together on the Agriculture Committee. I always find him to be balanced, to be reasonable, and to be quite eloquent in his remarks. I didn't catch all of his speech, but I did catch the tail end. But I've heard a lot in this House, particularly from Bloc Québécois members and Conservative members, that they want to see more leadership from the Government of Canada. And of course, this member would know that policing is inherently a municipal jurisdiction, provincial jurisdiction as well, and that really the role of the federal government would be to impose some of the measures we've seen today. Ultimately, at the very last resort, would be to call in the army. Can this member at least opine on what he's heard from leadership? I mean, the Conservatives are calling for the government to acquiesce to what the protesters are calling for. The Bloc says that this shouldn't apply in their jurisdiction. What does he think in terms of leadership from the federal government? Does he agree with this being a step to give the tools to the provinces and municipalities to address the situation at hand?
Question. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I do enjoy serving at the Agriculture Committee with him. I think what I would say is, specifically with respect to the last 2.5 weeks, is that history will not be kind to municipalities, to the province, and to the federal government. I think there was a failure at all levels. But the federal government, I think, had an important role to bring all of those separate pieces together. There was a failure in intelligence. There was a failure in coordination. And it was like we were just asleep at the switch in figuring out how bad this was eventually going to become. So yes, I'm glad that we are now taking this important step to reassert control and to give people their lives back so that workers, small businesses, and residents can actually enjoy their lives again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been waiting a while to speak, and I want to speak on behalf of my constituents of King Vaughan. I have been flabbergasted today by the number of emails that I have received from the constituents of King Vaughan, and I'd like to share this with the Honourable Member. The Freedom Convoy is not asking that people don't wear masks if they choose to. They are not telling people not to get vaccinated if they choose to. They are not telling people to stay home. If they feel safe, they should do. They are simply saying we should have the freedom of choice to do what we feel is best for us as individuals. That right, that freedom, is what our brave and heroic veterans fought for us in the wars. This is the right of our country to be free and strong. I'd like his comments on that, please. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Madam Speaker, I mean, I very strongly do agree with individual rights, but we also have responsibilities that come with those rights. And the responsibility we have as individuals also goes beyond our personal selves, but out to the larger community as a whole. We have just gone through 2 years of an incredibly deadly pandemic. And if you look at the success, I know we've had our failures, but the success that we have had in dealing with this disease, in comparison with other jurisdictions that have had a more libertarian approach, this has been about saving lives and about making sure that we get through this pandemic together. There have been tough choices that have had to made, but with that individual freedom comes a greater responsibility to the community as a whole. So that's how I would answer that question, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Une brève question.
A brief question. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his transparency, telling us that this has been a difficult choice and that he's troubled and that this is a difficult time and that this has been a hard time to make, a hard decision to make. I would like to congratulate him on this honesty. But he said he doesn't want to just give a blank check to the Liberals, and I don't understand how this is not a blank check. And what would have to happen for him to realize that common sense says we need to reject this?
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, very briefly, Madam Speaker, I would say it's not a blank check because if you read the Act, there is considerable room for parliamentary oversight. And furthermore, all it takes is for 20 members of Parliament to indicate that they no longer wish to have the application of this act. If they submit a letter, we can initiate debate, and debate will conclude with a vote on whether these powers should remain in force. So there is that strong parliamentary democratic oversight. And like I said in my speech, if I feel the government is overstepping its bounds, I will not hesitate to withdraw my support for this current course of action.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a heavy heart that I rise today, and I feel that we are standing at a crossroads. I've heard so much frustration and disappointment from people in London. They are frustrated by this pandemic that will soon mark its 3rd anniversary. People are frustrated that they have sacrificed and struggled to help one another. They have done the work that we asked them to do to keep people safe. And to them, I want to say thank you. And I want to tell folks in London that I understand your frustration. I'm tired of this pandemic too, and I share in the wish for this to be over. But I also see the bigger picture here. Madam Speaker, people aren't just frustrated because of the pandemic. This is much bigger than that. They are frustrated that even though people are working harder than ever, sacrificing more and more, their government has offered less and less. There's a growing sense throughout Canada that our elected leaders aren't listening and don't appreciate the struggles of Canadians. The protests that we have seen in our streets and our communities are a symptom of that frustration. It is understandable why someone would feel like that, because for years now, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have asked Canadians to do more with less, to pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you don't even have shoes, Today, many people feel that their government has let them down, especially when they needed support the most. These last few years have been tough on my community, like so many, but within this last year, we experienced the loss of the Afzaal family to an extremist act of hatred and violence. And yet, in spite of that, I saw my community come together in incredible acts of love and kindness. And that's what I hold on to tonight. Madam Speaker, I grew up in a very political household. And watching my mother at community meetings and standing up for what she believed in, fighting for a better world, it truly shaped how I saw my role in the world. I knew that I benefited significantly from the systems and programs that people and governments had created for me, and that I had a responsibility to pay that forward. I came to this place because I wanted to make the necessary changes for people, to pay it forward. As people continue to struggle, I fear that we will lose that sense of community, that people will turn away from each other more and more. The more people struggle, the less they have for themselves, the less they feel they can give to others. The more they have to fight for what they have, the little that they have, and the less that they have to fight for, the greater the divide between the richest in this world and the rest of us, the worse this will get. People will turn on their governments and they will turn on each other because they believe their governments have turned on them. Canadians are looking for answers, and they are looking for solutions. The system has been rigged, and they want to do something about it. And solutions offered by right-wing politicians and extremists online must be called out as entirely, completely unacceptable. I'm often in awe that Conservatives seem to provide simple solutions to complex problems that we face. And this isn't unique to Canada. We saw these simple solutions offered in the UK on the vote for Brexit, saying that life will get better. But it didn't. We saw many simple solutions offered by Donald Trump, just south of us. Ones based on racism, sexism, and fear. This did nothing for working Americans. Their lives didn't improve under his administration. And we see these so-called solutions being offered in this House as well. Lift all public health measures and let your neighbors and friends fend for themselves. Simple solutions are often the most dangerous. Madam Speaker, I hope that this protest will end shortly, but the reasons for it will not go away. If you look at any crisis, it takes a long time to get to that critical point, and it takes even longer to fix it. Now, let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. Nothing makes the racism, the hatred, the threats of violence that we have seen in Ottawa over these past days acceptable. Nothing. But to truly address the causes that have led to so many people feeling disenfranchised, to feeling like they aren't being heard or that they are abandoned by this government, resulting in them resolving to occupy the streets here in Ottawa or critical infrastructure across Canada, we have to address the systemic issues at the heart of the matter. New Democrats are offering alternatives to move forward rather than what is offered by the right wings who have allied with them. There are concrete measures a government can make to address rising inequality in our country. We can tackle rising drug costs with a national pharmacare plan. We can tackle the housing crisis that is impacting every community in Canada, in my home city of London, by getting the Canadian government back into the business of building housing. We can take on poverty and disparity in our streets by establishing a guaranteed basic livable income. We can address the lack of education and access to it by making post-secondary education accessible, removing those financial barriers. We can take on the growth of low-paid, insecure work by updating labor codes, creating a living wage, tipping the scale back in favor of Canadian workers. We can sign trade agreements that protect Canadian jobs instead of making it easier to ship them overseas. We can strengthen and safeguard workers' pensions, ensuring pensioners can retire with dignity and security. We can ensure that the rich pay their fair share and close tax loopholes. Madam Speaker, many people now are rightly concerned about the impact of the Emergencies Act. It should have never come to this. The use of the Emergencies Act and even the consideration of it is an acknowledgement of failure of leadership from all levels of government, including the Prime Minister. They've allowed things to escalate unchecked since the beginning, and I share the concern of many Canadians and people from my constituency that the government may misuse the powers in that act. So I want to be very clear. We will be watching. We will withdraw our support if at any point we feel these powers are being misused. People in communities across our country are feeling the impacts of the convoy. Healthcare workers, retail and grocery store workers, truck drivers themselves, small business owners and residents have been harassed, intimidated, and even assaulted during these illegal occupations. Thousands of workers have been forced to stay home from their jobs, making it harder for them to feed their families and to pay their rent. Canadians have been missing the national leadership that they need during this crisis. They're tired of jurisdictional excuses and they just want this to stop. We owe them to use every tool available to stop these occupations that are harming Canadian workers and their families and to work on a plan to get this to end. I want to reassure my constituents that the NDP is taking the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. We won't give a blank check to the government. We also believe that the federal government and all governments need to take responsibility before things are allowed to escalate further. We cannot abandon Canadians to deal with this on their own. Over the coming days, we need to see action from our police in ending this occupation and returning the streets back to our communities. Over the coming weeks, New Democrats will remain vigilant in watching and protecting Canadians' rights and freedoms, holding this government to account. And in the next few months, we will push for more supports to remain until the pandemic is over and to call for a science-based approach to see us out of this pandemic. Better is possible, but it will take tough and courageous choices for us to get there. 'Tis not too late, my friends, to make a better world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Just a minute. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from London for her speech. I think she did a very good job of outlining why this measure is justified. But I want to ask her a question about what happens after in terms of combating hate and what members of this House, across party lines, can do to do just that. We've seen hate expressed by the alt-right in the United States in recent years, and evidently it's made its way northwards, unfortunately. What can we do collectively as elected officials in this House to work together to fight hate? Because we've seen its effect in London, clearly.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I thank my honourable colleague and my neighbour in London for his question. This is something that we've been talking about, I know, in London for quite some time. Especially after the murder of the Afzaal family, to come together to ensure that there are legislative solutions. I know that we have been pushing for the government to introduce legislation on online hate. I believe that's now come forward. Again, we need to ensure that that's passed. We need to hold those internet companies, social media companies accountable as well to be part of that solution. I think overall and larger solutions involve education. They involve ensuring that we do, as I said in my speech, that we're providing for each other, that we're making sure that we're not closing in on ourselves because of that fight against poverty and that fight against that desperation, that we have to work harder on those social programs and those social solutions that provide for each other so that we can share with each other and fight for each other and be together. Thank you.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member, she talked about withdrawing support if they see abuse. As she knows, the Emergency Measures Act provisions are already in force. What we're essentially talking about here is a confirmation vote by the House of Commons on whether to keep these provisions in place. I thought what we should be doing is preventing harm from happening in the first place, which is, I think, what my caucus and many Conservative members want to do, is to prevent the harm that we see going on, both to innocent people who have their bank accounts frozen based on commentary that's been made by the Minister of Finance. I want to draw the members' attention, perhaps, to what the NDP caucus did in 1970, 11 years before I was born, and I was born in a country where there was martial law at that time. And it was in 1970 under Tommy Douglas, who took, I think, a courageous and principled stance. Many people would say that. I would have probably disagreed with this position, but it was definitely courageous to do so. And they stood against the War Measures Act at the time. Today, the NDP has decided to side with the government and allow the government extraordinary powers for 30 days. I wonder if she explained why.
For London Fanshawe.
I thank the honourable colleague for his question and for revealing his age. I wouldn't do that. I have to recognize that those are two very, very different situations. And that the thoughtfulness, however, that Tommy and the caucus at that time took to think about that War Measures Act and the implementation of it is the same thoughtfulness that our caucus has taken on this implementation of the Emergencies Act. We, and the leader for the party, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas, he talked about that today. And he said directly to the Prime Minister, we will not let you off the hook, and that we will be watching. And so I stand here today, again, like I said, with that heavy heart because so many things are at play. But I know that I've spoken to people on the street, and they are worried, and they've been assaulted, and that cannot stand, and this hatred cannot stand.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but there was one thing that kind of caught my attention. She talked about these tiresome jurisdictional squabbles, but if there's one reason we're here tonight, it's because of that. Canada and Quebec have among the highest vaccination rates in the world. We've been the most respectful of public health measures, but we're among the last to lift those restrictions. People are sick and tired of the restrictions, and I share that sentiment. Perhaps people are tired of jurisdictional squabbles, but I think the premiers would like to see increases in health transfers to strengthen our healthcare system, because if those systems had been adequately funded, maybe the crisis wouldn't have been as bad as it was. I said a quick question, but...
There's no time at all, actually, but I will allow the honourable member to make a very brief response.
The investments that the honourable member is talking about, absolutely, those are long-term solutions. What I was referring to were excuses that this federal government consistently makes to not and to avoid their responsibility when it comes to what they have to do to ensure that they're fulfilling their role to the provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, right after the beginning, I would like to reflect on the comments that the Prime Minister made earlier. When he talked about families, he talked about the importance of their freedoms and their rights. When he talked about our small businesses and the economy and the impact of what we've been witnessing over the last few weeks. How critically important it is that when we have this dialogue over the next number of days that we don't lose the focus of those particular points. The impact on Canadian society is in fact quite significant and severe. And here we are after a couple of years of having to go through the pandemic, actually approaching the third year mark. What we should have been talking about, what I would have liked to have been talking about, Mr. Speaker, is more so the heroes of the pandemic. I think of the community in which I represent, of Winnipeg North, and the people that have really responded so well, encouraged others. We stepped up together. When we were hit with the pandemic, we saw people of all political stripes. We saw volunteer organizations, individuals, private businesses, governments of different levels, all coming together, recognizing that the battle that had to be overcome was the pandemic. And we are starting to see more light at the end of the tunnel. And it is in good part because of the residents of Winnipeg North and residents across this country that said, we want to be able to listen to the science, follow the health experts, and get vaccinated. That vaccination rate that we have in Canada is virtually second to no other place in the world. And as a result, we have been able to see different provinces, even the federal government, look at loosening some of those mandates, Mr. Speaker. What we're seeing today is not what I would have liked to be talking about, because it's not a true reflection of Canadians and our values and the hard work that we collectively put in together in order to get us to the point where we are in terms of battling the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. I could have spent a great deal of time talking about the individual effort, or, from my perspective, what it is that the government of from Ottawa has been able to come up with to support Canadians. Very tangible things, Mr. Speaker. That's what I would have preferred to talk about. When we look in terms of the need for the Emergency Act, let me just reflect in terms of a walk. I make the walk every day since the convoy has been here, as many of us have. And the type of things that I see are a downtown that should be full of activity, much like downtown Winnipeg, Edmonton, Toronto, Montreal, Halifax, Vancouver, big cities, small cities alike. We all value our downtowns. They contribute so much to who we are in many different ways. They are a hub of economic activity and opportunities for people to be able to connect, even nowadays, Mr. Speaker, when we are starting to see more of the mandates being lifted. I walk down, and it doesn't matter the time of day, where you can look down Queen Street, you see all the skyscrapers, and there's no people. And it's because of the convoy. One block over, you go on to Wellington, and you see protesters that are not protesters in the traditional way. What they are is they're individuals that put up blockades. They're individuals that are shutting down downtown Ottawa. And it's just not along Wellington. As I say, I walk down Wellington and up Metcalfe in order to get to my apartment, Mr. Speaker. Wellington's been the same way. If it was happening in Winnipeg, I wouldn't tolerate it, and I suspect that there would be many residents in Winnipeg that would be quite upset with regards to it, because it is not a legal, law-abiding protest. It is hurting the people of Ottawa, in particular the downtown area, Mr. Speaker. The types of things that I've observed, I don't know how many gas cans, red and yellow gas cans underneath large semis on the roof of vehicles, cars and trucks that are constantly running. It was past 1 o'clock in the morning just last Saturday, and you could hear the horns just blaring. And I'm quite a ways out, Mr. Speaker, from the downtown area, out on Lisgar. And I can only imagine what it would be like for those that are even closer. Could you imagine bringing children into an environment where you're constantly inhaling gas fumes, where you see the different, whether it's weather or different tents being established, right on Wellington, where hay is brought in. I take it's to provide some sort of comfort on the ground. I have no idea, but it surrounds tents that are being permanently put into Wellington. And I've seen several tents. I've seen tents established on Metcalfe. And those are just the areas that I walk on every day, Mr. Speaker. I see an incredible truck that's right below the flame. And it's a crane of sorts. It has that big iron ball. Members of the chamber would be aware of it. That's a destruction ball. It's the one that swings in the air to bring down buildings. I think in terms of, I don't know what's inside those trucks. I suspect no one knows what's inside those trucks that's sitting inside this chamber right now, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe that the need to act is there and it's very real. And I am disappointed in the Conservative Party, in their approach in dealing with this issue. And I think that if we put all the facts on the table, that a vast majority of Canadians would understand the need, and I'm going to kind of go into that, Mr. Speaker, the need for us to have and enacted the Emergency Act. And I find it interesting how the Conservatives, who once again work with the Bloc, it's almost like a given. The Conservatives and Bloc, they talk about other coalitions. There's no coalition more stronger in the House of Commons today than the unholy alliance between the Conservative Party of Canada and the Bloc Party of Quebec. That is the strongest alliance that I see, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they're being critical because the NDP are at least giving it serious thought with the idea, Mr. Speaker, that yes, they're listening to their constituents as I'm listening to my constituents, and realize that these blockades have got to come down. It is hurting people, it is hurting our economy, it is hurting our society in many different ways. And the official opposition are all over the place. I was just recently shown a picture of the leader of the intern leader of the Conservative Party dining out with some of the organizers of the event, Mr. Speaker. I'd be very much interested in the leader of the official opposition, tell us what it is that she talked about when she was having supper or dinner or whatever it was. Let me talk about inconsistency. On the one hand, you have the newly elected interim Conservative Party leader who advised senior Conservatives. Now, this comes from a leaked email, Mr. Speaker. Newly elected interim Conservative Party leader advised senior Conservative MPs not to tell members of the trucker convoy to leave Ottawa, and instead make the protests the Prime Minister's problem. According to the internal email obtained by CTV News, in an email sent on Monday, then Deputy Leader told her colleagues, "I don't think we should be asking them to go home." How does that fit the interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? I would suggest to you that that is very much a slant of politics, purely politics, coming from the official opposition. Go on to another point, Mr. Speaker. Opposition leader, and it states the name, wants the Prime Minister to step up to solve the crisis. On the other hand, just a week after meeting with the protesters and telling them, quote, "Don't stop, it's working." So she's out there dining and telling them, "Don't stop, it's working." And then the other day when I was speaking inside the chamber, I said, you got to be consistent. Inside the House, the Conservative leader says, okay, the blockade is bad and it's time for people to go home. They can get, anyone that's following the debate tonight, they can get that actual quote and much more. Didn't really have an impact outside. But the comments that I had for the member then is, well, you know, it's one thing to say something in here. What are you saying outside? Take a look at the social media feeds going out of the Conservative Party. Listen to some of the words that they're espousing even today inside the chamber. They are giving a mixed message at best, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that they are causing more harm than good. But they have their friends in the bloc that are more than happy to assist them in the best way that they can, Mr. Speaker. But I tell my Conservative friends, the bloc have a different agenda. Their agenda is a lot different, I like to think, than the Conservatives. So before you start criticizing other political parties, you might want to start reevaluating the associations that you have inside the chamber on this issue. At the same time, the association that you have and the role that you played with the convoy outside in the protest, Mr. Speaker. The irony of the protest doesn't escape me. You know, back towards the end of January, it started off with truckers that were concerned about mandates about truckers going into the United States. Before anyone arrived in Ottawa, the United States made it very clear, unless you're vaccinated, you can't go into the United States. No, the President of the United States does, and I don't have a phone line. I didn't tell the President to say that. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, then what ends up happening is, fast forward to today, where we have these semis and trucks and others that started to shut down the Ottawa, downtown Ottawa. Not to mention the other blockades. And I want to quickly go over that, Mr. Speaker. When I think of the weeks of illegal blockades and the occupations, how important it is that our borders remain open. In Coutts, Alberta, think of $48 million a day in economic trade, Mr. Speaker. In Windsor, roughly $390 million. In Emerson, my home province, $73 million a day. I want to get a couple of quotes, and because members say, well, why did we take this action? And I can make reference to whether it's the mayor of Ottawa declaring an emergency here in Ottawa. I can talk about the Premier of Ontario declaring an emergency in the province of Ontario. Let me talk about my home province of Manitoba. You know, if you read yesterday's Winnipeg Free Press, in a February 11 letter, and I have been able to get a copy of the letter through the media, it states, a letter obtained by the Free Press said Premier Stephenson asked the Prime Minister to take immediate and effective action as she pleaded for national leadership that only the Prime Minister and the federal government could provide. That was just a couple days before it was actually brought in on Monday. Was he skiing on Monday, or was that? You know, the letter said the situation was urgent, and the blockades that disrupt this critical corridor even temporarily create potential dangers, impose severe hardships for all Manitobans, and cause severe economic loss and damage to Manitoba and the Canadian businesses. Her letter warned of urgency and dangers. Again, look in terms of the impact of just the Emerson border. Here's another story, Mr. Speaker, that appeared in the Free Press. The trucker blockade of Emerson border crossing not only added additional time and cost to shipments, but will also damage the reputation of the province, manufacturers, so say stakeholders. Although the RCMP announced on Tuesday afternoon that demonstrators are leaving and should be gone by Wednesday, Ron Kowalski, the Vice President and head of the Manitoba operations for the Canadian Manufacturers and Exports, said 95% of whom's Manitoba members rely on regular cross-border shipments at Emerson, said of the Emerson blockade. The impact has been massive. Winpack Limited, the large packing material manufacturer that is headquartered in Winnipeg and has manufacturing plants throughout the U.S., had to shut down one of its production lines because it couldn't get the raw material it needed. Oliver Mughal, Winpack's CEO, said overall the whole blockade damages the Canadian reputation at a large and specifically Winpark. The Emerson thing hurt us significantly. Mr. Speaker, the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act on Monday. The measures are based on geographically specific, targeted only to where they are needed. They will also be time limited. We are not limiting people's freedoms of expression in any way, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to peaceful demonstrations. Since Monday, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the Coutts blockade was in fact dismantled. Wednesday, the blockade in Emerson. We've provided more tools for law enforcement, in which in part are already being utilized. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, on this side of the House, we recognize the harm to our society in many different ways as a direct result of these illegal blockades and protests, and would suggest that the Conservative Party revisit its positioning. It's not like you haven't flip-flopped before. Take another flop and get on the right side. Support what Canadians expect the Royal Opposition to be doing, and ensure that there's accountability on the measures that are needed at this time in order to bring back order, Mr. Speaker, and secure the type of trade and support that Canadians deserve and the opposition should be providing.
Now, I know the member is an experienced member of the House, and make sure that we come through the chair. I know he was really trying to engage the opposition on this one, but try to keep things through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a commentary to make about the member's speech, just to set the record straight and correct the misinformation. I, too, for the last 3 weeks, have been walking downtown every weekend, and every day across this line, I've met a lot of very friendly people, and of course, some people are profane in what they say. This is a protest, after all. But he was talking about a wrecking ball in a vehicle. It's not a wrecking ball. That's actually a hook weight at the end of the cable. First of all, there's a difference between the two. I've met a lot of people, families. Like, I stay at a hotel when I'm down here. I've met people who bring their families here. There's music shows going on. The impression the member is trying to give to the general public, to people back home in Calgary, is that this is some type of riot that's going on downtown. Yes, people have blocked streets, and yes, we have said they should go home. We've heard them. We're hearing them. We're addressing their concerns. But what the government is doing here is going far too far. They're asking for powers that has not been given to anybody since the 1970s. They're asking for too much, more than the House should be willing to give. Every day I've gone here, I haven't seen the same things the member have seen. I'm getting thousands of emails from constituents demanding that we vote against this measure. So I just wanted to correct that from the member. It's the weight at the end of the hook on the cable. It's not a wrecking ball. I just want to make sure that I've seen that too. I just want to make that correction. And for the vast majority of the people I have met, I've seen people play street hockey on the street. Just the impression that he's giving is that this is like a chaotic scene. It's unpleasant. I understand for people who live here. It's been unpleasant for 3 weeks for me as well. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and the member kind of makes my point. You see, the Conservative Party says, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong with what's happening in Ottawa downtown today. The activities by this blockade is shut down downtown Ottawa. There's no cars, there's no traffic, there's no people in terms of businesses are closing down. To try to give the impression to the residents that he represents that everything's okay in Ottawa, I don't know what the member might be engaged in, but it's definitely not reality, Mr. Speaker. Okay, maybe it's not a wrecking ball, but it might be a 200-pound iron ball that's positioned right above the Prime Minister's office that Stephen Harper used to be in. You know, is there any way in which that member could foresee problems with thousands of gallons of gas along Wellington, on trucks and cars, on roofs, under the vehicle?
Questions and comments. I know we're going a little long here all of a sudden, and I know we have lots of time to ask questions, but we're going to run out really quickly. Question commentaire, l'honneur de député de Beauport.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of things I could touch on from my colleague's impassioned speech. But there was one thing that really caught my attention. He said, if I were in Winnipeg, I wouldn't tolerate this. So if it had happened in Winnipeg, he wouldn't tolerate it. Now, the mayor of Ottawa and the chief of police asked for 1,800 officers, but most of them went to protect the Prime Minister. And so, is it just their misfortune that these people live in Ottawa?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike maybe some members of the bloc, within the Liberal caucus, all urban centres matter. When an urban centre, no matter what its size, whether it's a Quebec City, Montreal, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Brandon, Vancouver, Victoria, you name the municipality, we are concerned when in fact there are issues in that municipality that would involve issues that we should be concerned about. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to be there, and that's what's good in terms of what's happening through the Emergencies Act. It's a very much focused on ensuring that people can feel comfortable in being safe and our economy can be protected. Those borders are critically important to our country, no matter.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable colleague, in my community, I've received some complaints from folks who are upset because Confederate flags have shown up on their neighbors' lawns. I'd like to ask him, going forward, after ideally we can move past this convoy and hopefully things settle down a little bit, where the government is going to go from there. How are we going to stop this from spreading in the way that we've seen it spread to communities, and that embolstering, I'm not sure the word exactly, of that hate and that horrible symbolism of hatred?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's an excellent question, and I can tell you many years ago, I used to be a critic for diversity. And I often talked about the issue of racism. And the best way in which you fight racism is through education. And I can tell you, I was so impressed when the member from Hull-Elmer raised in an SO31 a statement on racism. And if I was a school trustee in Winnipeg North, I'd be inclined to encourage every young person in school to listen to that SO31. It gave a very strong personal touch to how racism hurts us all, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks today. Just two quick questions for him. One is around powers. I had the opportunity to speak to a constituent actually just a few minutes ago who was concerned that this was a broad overreach by the government. When I actually explained the different measures within the public order, he actually understood it and said, well, look, that's reasonable because it's giving tools to police to actually be able to address this. Could the member speak about how these are really restrictive powers, albeit under the Emergencies Act, to give those tools, and that it's about leadership not just here in Ottawa, but in his own city, in Winnipeg, as he mentioned, in other places of the country, to make sure that the law enforcement, if they choose to use this discretion, have the tools to stop the blockades and the protests that we've seen that are truly illegal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give a good example. Yesterday, or maybe it was Tuesday, when I was walking down to the Parliament Hill, there was a police officer, and he was meeting with some of the individual protesters, and he was handing out a
their point. I'm glad that they're going home, and they're going home.
Winnipeg, Brandon, Vancouver, Victoria,
of Canadians who were dealing, all because he wanted. The Prime Minister wanted more power. He thought he could Afghanistan refugees who were trying to get to Canada, who had worked alongside our soldiers, all because he wanted. The Prime Minister wanted more power. He thought he could get his majority. Now, in the past, we had the War Measures Act, and I acknowledge that the Emergency Act is a modernized version of the War Measures Act, but it still has the same ultimate goal of dealing with major catastrophes in our country. So have we had, a major hurricane, or did we have earthquakes? Were we attacked? No, we weren't. Are we in a world war, like World War I, World War II? Have we gone through the 1970 FLQ crisis? Has somebody been kidnapped? Have leaders of government been kidnapped or murdered? No, there hasn't. And so there is no way that the sovereign nation of Canada is under threat, that we have to go and use this Emergencies Act. What we see out on the streets, yes, is sometimes annoying to those that live. I'm a property owner. There's no doubt, and I want to denounce all those that have signs of hate. I've spent my entire political career, and before that, denouncing racism, denouncing anti-Semitism, denouncing those that fly Nazi flags and dress up as Nazi soldiers. I denounce those that are carrying the Confederate flags. We have to stop racism. And so each and every one of those people that have infiltrated the convoy need to be called out and held responsible for those hateful acts. But at times, to get attention and to make a point, part of being a Canadian is having a peaceful protest. And sometimes that includes civil disobedience. And I've said it in this House before. When the Liberals had their long gun registry, I refused to register my long guns. That was my act of civil disobedience, to stand against an overbearing, overreaching Liberal government policy. Now, I'll also say this, because there is a lot of concern about how traffic's been blocked, how borders were blocked, infrastructure's been blocked. I've always opposed blockades. We cannot hold our economy hostage. I believe that everybody has made their point. I'm glad that they're going home, and they're going home off our border points without the use of the Emergencies Act. It was provincial governments, local policing, local municipal leaders that were able to negotiate and remove those blockades. The same way this government in the past has dealt with blockades at our Vancouver port, at pipelines, at railway crossings. They went on for days. We didn't call the Emergency Act to get those blockades removed because we went and listened to the people with their concerns. This government refuses to talk with the truckers out on Wellington Street. Yep. That is disturbing, to say the least. The biggest concern I have in this, Mr. Speaker, is that this is suspending the civil liberties and our charter rights, because it's open-ended at this point in time. And I just want to remind you that under the War Measures Act, in World War I, my Baba and Guido, I'm of Ukrainian descent, and they came to Canada on Austrian passports. They were declared enemy aliens, and for 4 years, had to go one way 20 miles to the RCMP station every week to register. Summer, winter, fall, and spring, didn't matter what they're doing on the farm, they had to register. Even though my Bubba's brother was fighting for Canada in World War I. And they still had to report in. And they had to for 2 years after the war ended because the government refused to lift the War Measures Act and that violation of their charter rights. Now, I'm concerned that this government will want to continue to erode the civil liberties that we have here now. And, you know, we've got to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I do appreciate and acknowledge that the Emergency Measures Act does provide parliamentary oversight, and that's why we're having this debate tonight, that we can make sure that we call it back and ask to be revoked if it passes with the support of the NDP. And I got to say, I'm really, really upset that the NDP would stand against freedom, would stand against the Charter, and would support the Liberals and the Prime Minister in bringing even this ham-fisted approach to dealing with the crisis that they think is out on the street. Now, Section 2 of our Charter right now is undermined. Peaceful assembly. I walk through the convoy every day. Everybody says hi. You know, everybody's been very polite out there. You know, sometimes honking the horns, like this morning at 10 to 7 was annoying, but they don't do it all day long. And just short periods here and there. The first week was a little bit overbearing. I'll give them that. Section 7, life, liberty, and security. So how are they going to ensure that to the tow truck companies when they are commandeering the equipment to tow out the vehicles out on the street right now? And then what's beyond the pale in all this is that they have brought in the violation of Section 8 of the Charter for unreasonable search and seizure. The locking down of bank accounts of people who gave generously to help with the trucking convoy because they couldn't join, they feel they have no other voice, and that they financially supported the convoy, now to have their bank accounts locked down is disgusting. This is an overreach of the government of Canada, and I'm concerned that now that they're on FinTrack, that they're going to be treated like they were funding a terrorist organization, that they will not be able to get a loan, get access to their savings account, won't be able to even, get a mortgage. Like that to me is really disturbing. And really, what's next? Section 19 of the of the Emergencies Act, and what's referenced in the Order in Council, says that there is going to be other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Act. That is not known, Mr. Speaker. So we again come back to this issue of failed leadership, of inaction and paralysis by the Prime Minister. And I'm shocked. I've been here for quite a while, 17 years. I'm shocked that we don't have an emergency management plan for the Parliament buildings in Ottawa as the capital city. I was here for the terrorist attack that happened in 2014. We witnessed what happened January 6, 2021 on Capitol Hill with the riot that was there. And we know that there should have been plans made to deal with a situation like this. But I can tell you that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, when he was the Toronto police chief in 2010, when the protests were happening at the G20 in Toronto, arrested in a matter of a couple of days 1,100 protesters. And they were able to bring in RCMP, OPP, and Toronto City Police and regional police in the area and deal with the situation. We don't need an Emergency Measures Act to do that now. Then, why do we need it now? And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it's time to de-escalate this situation. The Prime Minister has to stop stigmatizing, marginalizing, traumatizing, and name-calling those that don't agree with his policies and actually bring people around, take the heat out, end these restrictive and divisive mandates so that we can get back to a normal life again and live as a strong, united Canada.
Question on contact, questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague for his strong denunciation of hate, of anti-Semitism and racism. I really appreciate that and thank him for doing that so strongly. Mr. Speaker, I want to also just comment that the Emergencies Act specifically is designed to uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I'm also happy to hear Conservatives speaking so highly of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as well. But, Mr. Speaker, the question that I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, and in a sense I think he answered part of it when he spoke about the danger to tow truck operators. Why is he concerned with their security if everything that's happening out there is so peaceful? The second question that I would like to ask him, because I know he has a long history when it comes to protecting the safety and security of Canadians. He spoke about the financial transactions, and he spoke actually about January 6th. The Anti-Defamation League in the United States has put out a list of 1,100 donors who also donated to January 6th insurrection in the Capitol. How can he square that circle, Mr. Speaker, and does he not believe that foreign interference in our democracy is an issue that we must stand firmly against? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I think the minister misunderstood what I was saying about the tow truck drivers. How can they have Section 8 of the Charter of security when they are being forced to tow people that they don't want to tow? And we've already heard this. A lot of tow truck drivers do not want to be out there towing because these are their customers. These are the people that they work with every day. And they don't want to be put in a position where they're being in an adversarial nature. That's their concern. It's not that they're going to hurt them. It's that these are their friends. These are their customers. And why should they be forced into it? And so their charter rights are being violated in this as well. I'll say this. If the government is so concerned about foreign interference, then why haven't they denounced what we've already seen as what was linked to the communist regime in Beijing and interfering in the last federal election here that cost us, as a Conservative Party, at least 9 seats? Why don't they denounce when Tide Foundations and other money from the U.S. flows up and funds things to block our energy products and our transportation systems in this country?
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to my colleague and to his answers. He seems skeptical about the fact that bank accounts and the financial resources of some demonstrators will be seized and that trucks will be towed. So what measures should be put in place to end what's happening outside our door? I don't agree with implementing the Emergencies Act. I think it's using a hammer to kill a fly. But my colleague said, he implied that there are no measures out there, but what would he do to move the demonstrators?
We know that there's a number of provincial, municipal, and federal laws that are already in place, including the criminal code, that can be used to deal with the situation out on the street. Sitting on the street and illegally parking, well, guess what? You get a parking ticket, you get towed. And it's just a matter of having enough police members out there to do it. As I used as an example, we witnessed with both the Olympics in 2010 in Vancouver, as well as the G20 meeting in Toronto in August of 2010, that there was lots of police that were able to be brought in from across the country by using federal, provincial, and municipal powers to provide the proper security at the Olympics and arrest over 1,100 protesters that were at the G20 summit and have them all locked away and made sure that everybody else was safe.
And for a quick one, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to mention that, there has been some words tonight about this being an inconvenience or annoyance. And I just want to point out the privilege that we have in this House that exists, that we can look at something like this as just as an inconvenience and an annoyance when there's families and individuals struggling right now with no income because of their lack of ability to go to work. I just wanted to speak about the policing. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is why does the member think that policing has not been enforced, even though we know that there are infractions happening and crimes happening on the street right now?
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, 30 seconds or so.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's pretty clear that we've had such weak leadership from the Prime Minister that he hasn't at all provided any direction, that the public safety minister and the minister of emergency preparedness have not been at all concerned about this until it came to the 11th hour. They should have been acting on this sooner. They should have had more police on the streets, and they should have had proper ticketing and arresting individuals, especially those that were promoting hate out on the streets. Thank you.
Resuming debate, continuing debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak this evening to speak of the government's unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act. This act has been on the books for 34 years, and in those 34 years, it has not been used on a single occasion. Not during the Oka crisis, not during Caledonia, not in the wake of September 11th, not following the 2020 blockades of critical infrastructure, including railway lines and pipelines that went on for 2 months. Never before. And there's good reason, Mr. Speaker, that this act has never been invoked before, and that is because it is exceptional legislation meant for the most extreme of circumstances. And with that, it provides government with sweeping powers that infringe upon the charter rights and civil liberties of Canadians. Powers including prohibiting public assemblage, seizing property, freezing bank accounts without warrant, limiting or prohibiting travel within Canada, and I could go on. Extraordinary powers indeed, Mr. Speaker. And in light of the exceptional nature of this legislation intended for the most extreme circumstances, the threshold that must be satisfied in order to establish that there is a national emergency pursuant to the Act is indeed an extremely high threshold. An emergency under the Act is an urgent and critical situation that seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, or that seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, the emergency must be of a nature so as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. And not only that, no other law on the books can effectively deal with the situation. Mr. Speaker, it is patently clear that that threshold, that very high threshold, has not been satisfied. Indeed, it has not come close to being satisfied. The government, in justifying the invocation of these extraordinary powers, talk about ending blockades. Indeed, when one turns to the order in council issued on Monday that specifies the nature of the purported emergency, the order in council speaks of the continuing blockades of critical infrastructure, including trade corridors and international border crossings. It speaks to the adverse impacts that these blockades have had with trading partners, particularly the United States, and it speaks of a breakdown in the supply chain and availability of goods as a result of these blockades. However, Mr. Speaker, there's a big problem for this government. There are no blockades in Canada today, not on the Canada-US border, not anywhere. And, Mr. Speaker, there were no such blockades on Monday when the government invoked the Order in Council and the Emergencies Act. Now, there were blockades on the Canada-US border at Coutts, Windsor, and Surrey. Those blockades were unlawful, they were wrong, and they were dispersed prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act under tools already available to law enforcement and under existing laws. I remind the government that in the Act, in order to utilize the Emergencies Act, it must be demonstrated that no other laws on the books can reasonably be used. That simply has borne out not to be the case. So we are now left, Mr. Speaker, with the situation here in Ottawa. There are trucks outside on Wellington in front of Parliament Hill. There are some protesters, and in addition to the street in front of Parliament Hill being affected, there are some streets immediately around the parliamentary precinct in downtown Ottawa that are affected. And yes, it has created unpleasantness. Yes, it has been a nuisance. Yes, there have been illegal activities by certain people who are here. And Mr. Speaker, that does not constitute, or that does not make, a national emergency. Indeed, all of the tools that exist are there and have been used. For example, the honking of horns. That has largely been addressed by way of an injunction issued by a judge. When it comes to the criminal code, transportation laws, municipal bylaws, those are tools on the books to address this situation. But, Mr. Speaker, what cannot be justified is invoking the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act is not needed, it's not warranted, because, Mr. Speaker, there is no national emergency. And so, what we have is a Prime Minister who has invoked the Emergency Act absent a national emergency. That, Mr. Speaker, is an abuse of power on the part of the Prime Minister. It is a perversion of the rule of law. It threatens the rights and freedoms of Canadians right across Canada, not just those who are standing outside Parliament Hill. And it sets a dangerous precedent of normalizing the extraordinary powers authorized pursuant to the Act. The Prime Minister knows that the threshold has not been met, but the Prime Minister doesn't care, because for the Prime Minister, it's all about political theater. The Prime Minister knows what he is doing is wrong and that he is acting unlawfully. And so the members on that side of the House, the members in the NDP, the coalition partners of this government, have a choice. They can follow the law pursuant to the Emergencies Act, or they can aid and abet this abuse of power on the part of the Prime Minister. The choice is clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, since I've taken the chair, I've noticed a lot of helpful people trying to help everybody out in their speeches, and I know it depends on who's actually got the chair to where the help is coming from. But we've got lots of debate to do. We've got lots of opportunity to be able to speak in the House. We've got lots of opportunity to ask questions. So let's get to questions and answer. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a long title. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite and I were elected together in 2015. We've gotten to know each other, and one thing I've gotten to know about him is that he stands or has stood for law and order. The member opposite has said that there is no national emergency, that there are no illegal, maybe some illegal activities, but those illegal activities taking place are okay. They're not that bad.
Acceptable.
So $450 million of trade a day was blockaded. The Emergencies Act was announced on Monday. There were still blockades at that point at our border points. Today, in Windsor, Ontario, a woman was arrested for threatening to bomb the house of the mayor. A blockade was stopped on their way to the Ambassador Bridge. In fact, if you just walk out Parliament, there's a blockade in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is saying to the thousands of residents who've been held hostage for the last 20 days that their safety and their security doesn't matter. What is he saying to the Canadians who elected members in all parties in this House just a few months ago, to the people who are out there that he served coffee to, that he took pictures with, that have said they want to overthrow not the government, every elected member?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for her question. And the issue at hand is whether the threshold has been met to invoke the Emergencies Act. That is the question, and based upon a review of the legislation, it is very clear that that bar has not been set. With respect to the blockades, it was existing law enforcement tools and powers under the authority of the provinces that dispersed the situation. At Coots, the situation was dispersed by many of the protesters themselves. What the Prime Minister needs to do is turn down the temperature, and instead of pouring fire on this situation. And with respect to the Honourable Minister, I say this could be ended very, very quickly. The path towards ending it is for the Prime Minister to move forward and lift his punitive and discriminatory vaccine mandates. That would resolve this issue.
Now, j'essaie mon mieux de...
I'm trying my best to include everyone in the debate. I'm trying my best to include all political parties in questions and answers. But questions and answers have been a bit long. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to speak quickly. I very much liked my colleague's speech. We in the Bloc Québécois are obviously strongly opposed, but for maybe different reasons. We are allergic to the federal government stepping in to Quebec's jurisdiction, trying to meddle. I understand my colleague's stance. However, many conservative MPs over the past few weeks have taken selfies or even videos with the protesters right here in Ottawa and elsewhere. So I have a rather simple question. How many Conservative parties are there represented in this House?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 119 Conservative members of Parliament who are working every single day to fight for their constituents, including those who have been adversely affected by this government's tyrannical policies.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I know my honourable colleague frequently refers to Indigenous peoples who are peacefully protesting on their unceded territories. I wonder if he was in government, Mr. Speaker, what he would do if a national police service refused to enforce their rule of law like they have been in Wet'suwet'en, including what we saw with militarized police where they took an axe, a chainsaw, Mr. Speaker, and an attack dog to take down the door of two unarmed Indigenous women on unceded territory, something that was affirmed in Supreme Court rulings. And the fact that we now are witnessing in Ottawa, police in Ottawa that have been dangerously lenient to these so-called protesters. I would refer to it as an illegal occupation, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we even have photos and news broadcasts of police officers hugging blockaders. I'm wondering what he would do if he was in government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton with a very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ball is in the Prime Minister's court. He created this crisis. It is up to him to solve the crisis, and solving the crisis does not begin by invoking an Emergencies Act that cannot be justified in the circumstances.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Karl Marx said of history that it always repeats itself at least twice. The first time, it's a tragedy. The second time, it is a farce. For Quebec, the War Measures Act is a tragic memory. Now, after 3 weeks of crisis, during one of which he was completely absent, the Prime Minister wants to have his just watch me moment by playing hardball to save failing leadership, which was denounced by 2 of his own members of Parliament. Let's recap. In the days leading up to the demonstration on the weekend of January 29th, the organizers were saying that it wouldn't be just a demonstration, but rather like Woodstock, until the health measures were completely lifted. So it was no secret that the truckers were not there to shout their demands, go around the block once or twice, and then leave. They were there to stay. Woodstock? What does that mean? It means it's going to be long. Then the Prime Minister started getting it in the neck, getting criticized. A few days later, he emerged from his silence to insult and stigmatize the truckers, multiply the epithets, and then he went back to bed. During the first week, one could almost come to believe that the crisis was politically benefiting the government. It even led to the swift and conclusive ejection of the leader of the official opposition. The original, immediate partisan gain was quickly replaced by disbelief that the situation was turning against the government. The more time passed, the more it became clear that the Prime Minister did not know what to do with this hot potato. For 2.5 weeks, the Prime Minister punted his responsibility to the Ottawa Police. All political parties, to varying degrees and promoting very different solutions, of course, were urging him to act. On February 7th, the former Ottawa police chief, who was still in office at the time, asked Ottawa for 1,800 officers in reinforcement. In the end, just over 275 RCMP officers were sent. They were sent, though, mainly to protect the Prime Minister and Parliament Hill. According to the Ottawa police chief, only 20 officers were assigned to the demonstration. The City of Ottawa contacted the organizers to ask for certain trucks to be moved to make life a little bit easier for residents. But why didn't the feds pick up the phone? What has the federal government done in all this? Well, the truth is that there was no pilot in the plane. The bare minimum of leadership would have been to set up a crisis cell to coordinate among all levels of government. Is it any surprise when we take a look at how this government and this Prime Minister have handled previous crises? Some examples. The rail crisis involving the Wet'suwet'en. Another example, the beginning of COVID in 2020, when just about everyone was calling for the preemptive closure of the borders in the face of a new virus about which very little was known yet. But the government let things get out of hand. And in this last example, the federal laissez-faire attitude got so critical that the mayor of the city of Montreal, Valérie Plante, decided to go to Dorval International Airport herself. Here we are in 2022. Nothing has changed. Then, suddenly, at the very moment when many health measures were lifted and different levels of authority, provincial, municipal, federal, managed to disband several occupations, Then, suddenly, the tortoise started to think that he was the hare. The Emergency Measures Act, an offshoot of the War Measures Act, was about to be invoked, even though the Prime Minister had claimed for 3 days that he would not invoke it. As the situation began to settle without the federal government wanted to be able to claim that it did something. This is what's known as an admission of failure, Mr. Speaker. The Emergency Measures Act is intended to give the government exceptional powers. By order in council, the government may therefore impose regulations or prohibitions on travel, on the use of designated property, and on public assemblies that may reasonably be expected to disturb the peace. The government may designate and establish protected places. It may take control of or provide for the restoration and maintenance of public services. It may authorize or order the provision of essential services and the payment of reasonable compensation for those services. The government may also impose, on summary conviction, a fine of not more than $500 and an imprisonment for a term of not more than 6 months, or on conviction of an indictment, a fine of not more than $5,000 and imprisonment for a term of not more than 5 years. The Emergency Measures Act, let's be clear, is not illegitimate in and of itself. A state of emergency is an integral part of democracy, insofar as it is intended to deal with a crisis. Crises, let's note, are temporary by exception. Because the state of emergency is necessarily temporary, it should be a targeted operation with a specified duration. It is recognized as far from ideal and is not intended to be permanent. The situation sometimes requires the suspension of the normal functioning of the democratic system to deal with a problem that requires unusual speed of action. Everyone in this House knows this and agrees with it. The Emergency Measures Act is normally used in the event of a disaster. A state of emergency is often used for international crisis or when the country is at war. While its use may be legitimate, and it can be legitimate, it should only be as a last resort. But not all remedies have been exhausted, in fact. The Emergency Measures Act is an extreme decision. It's now being invoked after 2 weeks, during which the problem was treated as minor. The situation was allowed to fester. The government let it fester, and then the government cried wolf. That's quite an about-face. Why not go through regular legal channels? If the occupation of downtown Ottawa is not legal, then why do we need an emergency law? Why not simply apply the regular laws? A few examples. On February 4th, 5th, and 6th, there was a demonstration in Quebec City. No siege, no occupation. The city was ready. It had planned its measures. The Quebec City Police Department allowed trucks to circulate up to a certain perimeter. The police department ensured that municipal regulations were respected. There was full respect for the fundamental right to demonstrate peacefully. But it was clear that the safety of everyone would be protected. The safety of protesters, demonstrators, and residents. Was there any need for the Emergency Measures Act in Quebec City on that day? No. On February 13th, 13 people were arrested at the Alberta border crossing in Coutts, Alberta. They had weapons, including military-style semi-automatics, tactical vests, and high-capacity magazines. One of the leaders of the group had even made videos calling for people to take up arms against the government. The barricade has been dismantled, though. The border crossing is accessible today. Did we need the Emergency Measures Act to accomplish that? The answer, no. Until proven otherwise, threats and calls for insurrection were already illegal before the Emergency Act. On February 14th, the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge, which was one of the major flashpoints in this crisis, was dismantled. Was there a need for the Emergency Measures Act? No. There are ways to deal with these situations with our conventional legal arsenal. Until proven otherwise, blocking a street or calling for violence is illegal at all times. Do we need the Emergency Measures Act to remind us of what's obvious? The provinces and municipalities have the means to act. So does the federal government, if only it took the trouble. Worse still, this government order in council will be fraught with consequences. What it will accomplish is to divide Canadians, just as he did when he insulted demonstrators at the very beginning of this crisis. The Prime Minister is proceeding with a partisan reaction to the events, thinking that he will undoubtedly come out on top in this unhealthy polarization. It was used during the two tragic world conflicts of the 20th century. But in October 1970, the use of the War Measures Act was not justified. We know this today. The commissioner of the RCMP stated at the time that investigations were progressing well, that the police forces were cooperating, and that measures such as those included in the War Measures Act, including mass arrests, that they would slow down the investigation of the October events. The report on the events of October 1970, written by Jean-François Duchesne and submitted in 1980, tells us that the idea of calling in the Canadian Army came from the police, but that the idea was without suspending the fundamental rights of Quebecers.
Does this sound familiar? Using an emergency law for partisan purposes in 2022 as in 1970? In either case, this use could have been avoided by relying solely on the conventional rules and the institutions of the rule of law. There are, of course, limits to any parallel. That's obvious. I'm aware that the Emergencies Act has real differences when compared with the War Measures Act, which it replaced in 1988. And we can't use that as an argument. We know that. We all know that it's different. For example, we could look at the fact, for example, that it refers to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in its preamble. But that's symbolic because the former War Measures Act was also required to comply with the Charter. But and that even if it didn't include references to the Charter in its preamble. Another major difference is that Parliament must now vote on its proclamation within 7 days following the proclamation. That's what we're debating right now, and that's why we will undoubtedly be voting soon on it. Despite these differences between the two laws, between the two periods, between the different contexts, and things aren't identical. Despite these differences, there is one truth which remains. The government is irresponsibly trivializing an exceptional law, a law with radical provisions, which can be justified, but which remain radical. And it's using it when there clearly is no evidence that we were forced to resign ourselves to using this last resort law. It's as simple as that. If there's any proof or any that the laws that are currently in place, the institutional powers currently in place, whether that be Ottawa, the municipalities, the provinces, weren't enough, well, we'd like to see those. Table that evidence. Prove it. Convince us. And then, and only then, we'd be the first to reevaluate this. But convince us. Right now, we don't have that proof. We don't have that evidence. This use of this act is not justified. Let's be clear. The chaotic management of this crisis by the current government will probably be taught in the history books as a monumental mess. It will also undoubtedly be studied in leadership schools as a perfect example of what not to do. You know, Mr. Speaker, when the waves are high, that's when we see who is a good captain. Now, here we have a clear failure, and we will not let this Prime Minister and this government sink the ship. We will oppose in the Bloc Québécois. We will stand firm against this unnecessary, unfair, and unwarranted proclamation of the Emergency Measures Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When it's time to complain, we can always count on the Bloc Québécois. Last week they were saying, well, hey, you're not doing enough, you're not doing enough. But now they're saying, hey, now you're doing too much, you're doing too much. And it's like they're a mother-in-law who's never happy. They're never happy. We're going too fast, not too fast, doing enough, not doing enough. But what I haven't heard from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, what I haven't heard is the fact that what's happening outside right now is illegal. The fact that there's a siege right now, that there are people who aren't sleeping, there are people who can't get around, and not just in Ottawa, in Gatineau as well, Mr. Speaker. I haven't heard the members speak about all of the business people who said, oh, we're finally going to be able to open, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but no, now they can't because of what's happening. They don't care about the people outside, and shame on them for that. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, listen, I find it very unfortunate that the Heritage Minister doesn't like his mother-in-law. That's really too bad. I know he says that he does love his mother-in-law. Okay, fine. But listen, I find it bizarre that he hasn't heard us, because we've been saying that. We've been saying that it's illegal. I said it in my speech that it's illegal. And to say that if it's not legal, well, it was already not legal. So we need to act under the laws that already exist. It's as simple as that. We don't need an exceptional law to remind everybody that something that's already illegal is illegal. We don't need this bill because it's obvious. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Desnay, Misnippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, far be it for me to quote an NDP MP in this House, but considering the Honourable Tommy Douglas is from Saskatchewan, I think maybe I'll do it just this one time. In describing Pierre-Elliott Trudeau's use of the War Measures Act, he said it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleague from the Bloc would agree that what is happening outside is pale in comparison to what was going on in 1970. He referred to that in his comments. I would ask my colleague from the Bloc what he thinks the great Tommy Douglas would do if he were here in this House of Commons at this moment in time.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, what we see here, and I mentioned this situation, is that in both cases there was trouble, real trouble, existing trouble. But in the two cases, the use of the War Measures Act or the Emergencies Act, in both cases it was not justified. There are institutions, the police exists, the army exists, the laws that are already there exist. And an occupation or a kidnapping a minister, it's illegal, and it's already illegal. We don't need an exceptional act. Everybody knows it, so we can use the institutions and the laws that are already exist in a state of a rule of law to deal with this situation.
Hey, come on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll get there. You'll get there. I'd like to thank my colleague. My colleague made an admirable presentation. He very clearly showed the difference between the Emergencies Act that we have before us right now and the War Measures Act from 1970. But for the people of Quebec, an Emergencies Act that comes from Canada, even if it doesn't apply in Quebec, and we don't know if that's really going to be the case. We're not quite sure. But this is something that was very traumatic for the people of Quebec, and it's something that is still, front of mind for Quebecers. And, I've participated in films and plays about this where we, for example, dealt with the trials that came out of that. So it's something that's still really front of mind. And we know that there are thousands of people who are calling our office to say, you have to vote against this, vote against this, vote against it. They are afraid of the spirit of this act. Could my colleague please speak to the traumatism that we still feel in Quebec? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, it's there, but, we can't think that this is an illegitimate traumatism or something that's not real, because this was something very serious that happened. And the Bloc Québécois tabled a motion in 2020 on our opposition day on the 50th anniversary of the October crisis, where we asked for apologies to the victims of that. And we have no sympathy for any type of criminality. That's not what we were saying. But there were victims at that time, and we know that the federal leaders went in and played with the list of people who were arrested. That was very serious, and the RCMP have said it. They said it a couple of years later. You don't need to do this. We're going to be able to get out of this under the existing structures. And yet it was as if there was a psychological war that was undertaken, and that's left scars. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Through you, of course. Look, I'm quite gobsmacked listening to the member's speech, particularly because the member started by saying that the Government of Canada should have acted sooner. The Bloc Québécois normally has a lot of respect for jurisdictions, and of course, we were there to support municipalities. We were there to support the provincial governments that asked for our assistance with additional forces, with creating an integrated command. So we were there right from the start. Had we done something more sooner, they would have been also screaming to say, look, overreach as the federal government. His own critic for public safety on Monday said this, that the federal government needed to show leadership. Does he not expect the federal government showing leadership is creating tools to the provincial government to actually use their discretion to be able to stop protests across the country, including the ones at Lacal that are being contemplated by provincial police in Quebec? And it's great that he mentions the House, the National Assembly in Quebec. 72% of Quebecers agree with this measure. What does he have to say to them?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. But it was, from what the other member was saying, it's as if acting meant interfering in jurisdiction. There are a number of things that could be done, and one thing is clear, one thing is certain, and I explained it a number of times. I spent my 20 minutes doing that, and I've done it in the
screaming to say, look, overreach as the federal government. His own critic for public safety on Monday said this, that the federal government needed to show leadership. Does he not expect the federal government showing leadership is creating tools to the provincial government to actually use their discretion to be able to stop protests across the country, including the ones at Lacal that are being contemplated by provincial police in Quebec? And it's great that he mentions the House, the National Assembly in Quebec. 72% of Quebecers agree with this measure. What does he have to say to them?
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, there are a lot of questions in there, Mr. Speaker. One question with many questions. Listen, a survey is a survey, and that can be discussed, it can be negotiated, it can be studied, it can be contested. We haven't analyzed the details, the methodology behind it, or looked at the question that was asked, because I'm convinced that Quebecers don't disagree that this should apply in Ontario or those places where it's necessary, but that's not what the Act says. In its current form, the Act would apply everywhere. And so that's what I am saying. And I'm saying that the National Assembly, 100% of the National Assembly, the legitimate Parliament of Quebecers, all of the parties in the National Assembly, all of them are saying it. They're clear. They're against it. There's no debate, and that's more scientific a vote in a parliament than a survey, and a poll. And that's what we were saying. We were saying we need to act, and it seems like for this government acting without interfering in jurisdiction, that seems to be impossible for the party across the way. Because we say it's time to act, but it was, from what the other member was saying, it's as if acting meant interfering in jurisdiction. There are a number of things that could be done, and one thing is clear, one thing is certain, and I explained it a number of times. I spent my 20 minutes doing that, and I've done it in the answers to these questions, is that there's a difference between acting when using the laws that already are in place, and when that hasn't been done, after that coming in with an exceptional law. But that's the problem here. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to ask a question to the member just around policing as well. Some of the members tonight have talked about, the slight inconvenience and the annoyances, but others have spoken about the fear in the community. And I note that we've all seen that the police have not been able to enforce crime, have not been able to enforce the municipal level bylaw infractions. So I'm just wondering if through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member could just say why they think that policing has not been enforced in this situation in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In 45 seconds, please. 45 seconds? All right. Well, what I've seen is that it was well applied in Quebec. It was applied on the Ambassador Bridge. It was applied in Alberta when they arrested people who had weapons at the border crossing. So I think that there are a number of cases where that was the case. There was clearly a problem with management and leadership, specifically in the region where we are right now. It's as simple as that.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak on a historic and unprecedented situation facing our country. For the first time since its passage in 1988, the Emergencies Act is being invoked by the Prime Minister. This law outlines a type of situation that would merit its invocation. It notes that it must only be used during an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada, and that are so serious as to be a national emergency. And while it's the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Act, it's the duty of members in this House that have been placed in us to either reject it, ratify it, and ensure, if the measures are taken, that they're justifiable and appropriate. The Act enumerates 4 circumstances that would justify the use of its powers. Let me outline those emergencies described in the Act and hold the circumstances of the current standoff up against these provisions to see if today's situation meets any of these criteria. Criteria 1, espionage or sabotage that is against Canada or is detrimental to the interests of Canada or such activities directed toward and in support of such espionage and sabotage. I've seen no clear evidence that blockades have been infiltrated by spies or other acts of espionage, nor has the government brought any such evidence forward to this House. Criteria 2, foreign influenced activities within or relating to Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person. The Prime Minister has alluded to foreign funding by individuals. However, it remains unclear how this is detrimental to the interest of Canadians. There is no foreign country that is financing or otherwise supporting the blockades financially, and that's the test. If the Prime Minister believes it is a foreign government funding this, then he has an obligation to share that with the House. Criteria 3, activities within or relating to Canada directed towards this or in support of the threat or use of acts or serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state. There has been no concerted violent effort made by any members of the blockade. In fact, we saw mostly peaceful removal of the protesters on the Ambassador Bridge, and isolated acts of violence do not equate to full-blown acts of violence that are aimed at achieving political objectives. Criteria 4, activities directed toward undermining by covert unlawful acts or directed toward or intended ultimately to lead to the destruction or overthrow by violence of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. Every day I've been walking to my office and to the House of Commons, like all MPs, unimpeded by protesters. To be sure, they've effectively blocked several streets, created a lot of noise, and made life more difficult for those of us living downtown. But what's happened in downtown Ottawa in the last 3 weeks is nothing remotely close to the violent overthrow of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. The Security Intelligence Services Act explicitly prohibits the use of these kinds of powers on lawful protests or dissent. If the present circumstances don't warrant using the Act for the first time, they absolutely pale in comparison to the previous times the Act's predecessor was invoked. I was a legislative assistant to the government that created this Act to replace the War Measures Act to prevent the suspension of charter rights and government overreach. Through our long history, there are only 3 other times this has happened: during the 2 World Wars and during the October crisis, when there was an armed insurrection, when a diplomat and a politician were kidnapped, Pierre Laporte was murdered, and bombs were set off in Quebec. It was a horrible experience, and even still, some called it overreach. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask you, does a traffic jam on the street in front of Parliament Hill merit the same type of response as those 3 incidents? Of course not. The Act must only be used as a last resort. That's what the Prime Minister said. But if this measure is his last resort, what was his plan A, B, and C? Because we didn't see it. Did he make himself available to meet with the delegation of protesters to hear them out? Of course not. Did he dispatch a delegation of his ministers to meet with them? Any key caucus members or senior officials other than the RCMP? Of course not. The government's report to Parliament on the Emergency Act consultations confirms this. There are 58 engagements in this list. I searched through the details of the 58 engagements. Did I find reference to one government official, one minister, or the Prime Minister meeting with Canadians on this? No, I did not. The government, this Prime Minister, had meetings with themselves, not with Canadians. They went from sitting on their duffs in non-productive meetings to implementing the most heavy-handed act available to governments. The Prime Minister said he did not take it lightly, but the evidence in his own documents shows otherwise. The government does not need the Emergency Act to arrest illegal protesters. This is done often Just ask the Minister of the Environment. Cutting off funding of an illegal activity does not require the Emergency Act. The Proceeds of Crime legislation deals with that. The Executive Director of FinTrack, in his statement before our parliamentary committee, said there is no evidence of foreign extremists financing behind these demonstrations. There is no need, then, for the Emergency Act to stop foreign funding. For 21 days, the federal government has had the regular legislative tools to deal with the Ottawa protests, but they've not used them. They have not stopped one jerry can of fuel, one hot tub, one barbecue propane container from being carried through the protest right by the police. Meanwhile, provincial governments in Ontario, Manitoba, and BC used standard policing tools to dispense with the protests. Days before the convoy had even arrived in Ottawa, he was stigmatizing and vilifying the participants. He called them racist and misogynists, fringe minority who hold unacceptable views. This is how the Prime Minister operates. He divides, stigmatizes, and drives wedges between himself and those who don't agree with him. And he does it for the most naked of political reasons. He thinks it makes for good politics for himself and for the Liberal Party, and that it goes over well with his base. Mr. Speaker, this is not a Prime Minister of all Canada or all Canadians. This is a very selective Prime Minister, one who picks and chooses his causes based on the degree to which they further his vain, glorious self-image or the interest of the Liberal Party. Not long ago, this Prime Minister calculated that it would be in his interest to opine on the agriculture reforms that were being proposed by the Government of India, the world's largest democracy and a fellow member of the Commonwealth. In the ensuing diplomatic spat that resulted from his unsolicited and righteous remarks, the PM justified his intervention in the domestic affairs of the world's largest democracy by saying, and I quote, and I know the government's listening, because this is what the Prime Minister said, Canada will always stand up for the right of peaceful protest anywhere around the world, except apparently at home. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister passionately supports the principles of free speech and peaceful protest. It's just the practice of free speech and peaceful protest he opposes, especially at home, in front of the symbol of free speech and democracy, Parliament Hill. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives sympathize with those Canadians who have been affected by the blockades. Critical trade links were halted but have now been restored, and many small businesses have had to shut their doors in light of the protests. The protesters here in Ottawa came bringing a message. That message has been heard. The Conservatives have heard them, and we will stand up for them and all Canadians who want to get back to normal life. And we will not stop until those mandates are ended. Canadians have sacrificed so much. We all know that. Every member of Parliament has heard and seen firsthand the sacrifices. However, in a country more divided than ever, the Prime Minister has decided to purposely politicize the pandemic for his own game.
Time is up, but I'm sure he'll be able to add through questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The
questions and comments.
Families, children, and social development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, as I was listening to his remarks, I felt like we were living in two different worlds. It's not lost on me that he kept talking about these peaceful protests that ended quietly and through dialogue. Well, I saw the news in Coutts, Alberta. They ended because there was a huge cache of weapons. And so, that was something that I think is quite concerning to all Canadians. He was talking about, the premiers that could do this without emergency powers. In Ontario, they actually enacted.
So the honourable member for Saint-Jean-Comprend has a point of order, and I believe I know what it is.
Yes, it's Standing Orders 16 and 18, which are being violated. I can't hear the minister trying to ask a question because of the heckling from the people she's trying to ask the question.
I've stopped the clock. I'll allow the minister to re-ask her question, and I do ask members if they have other questions and comments to wait until it's their turn. And I am sure that the honourable member who from South Shore St. Margaret's is going to be able to answer this without the help of his colleagues. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I always, appreciate the comments, I do appreciate the opportunity to ask this question. He was talking about premiers who were able to do this without emergency measures, but in fact in Ontario last Friday, the premier actually brought forward a state of emergency extraordinary powers and then was very supportive of the federal government bringing this forward because of the extraordinary damage to our economy and the security of Canadians at border points, as well as right here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker. Again, what I hear from the members opposite is a complete disregard for the safety of people in Ottawa. And I just ask the member, when will he recognize that people are unsafe and they are scared, and it is our job as parliamentarians to protect them?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much for the question from the minister. And I agree with her. We do live in two worlds. Your world, where you watch the CBC to find out what's happening.
To address the questions through the chair.
Well, the minister and the government who watch the CBC to get all of their news, or our world where we actually go and talk to people. We actually go to the protests and the borders where people are to find out what they're hearing and to try and represent them in Parliament. We don't just sit in meetings in West Block talking to each other in those ineffective meetings that you always have in the government side that produce absolutely nothing. You went from zero initiatives, this government, to the most draconian piece of legislation that exists in this country. And you're using...
I do want to ask some more questions, get some more questions asked. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member report quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From this morning, I've been listening because this is such an important topic. And what I'm hearing, well, it's as if we've got a medal without two sides, or a book without any content or a story. On the one hand, everything is dramatic, and on the other hand, things are not so bad. So I'd like to hear from my colleague whether he could tell us what measures should have been taken sooner.
Well, I think the Prime Minister should have actually enforced the existing laws and tools that he has before him without using the Act. Well, I'm hearing from members opposite, Madam Speaker, that it's not his job. That's the problem with this government. Nothing is their job. Whether it's inflation or whether it's this crisis, it's always somebody else's fault. The honourable member from Nova Scotia, my colleague, who I respect a lot, I've heard him also saying, not our problem. We didn't create the economic crisis we're in. I'm sorry you did. That's your excuse for everything in this House.
I want to remind the member he's to maybe not use the word you. That would prevent me from having to get up so often and redirect him. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say that I've heard some words around this House today that people aren't talking to constituents, that people aren't talking to workers, that members of Parliament aren't talking to the communities. And I just want to say that we are. And Madam Speaker, what I'm hearing is that people are traumatized by this. And I just wanted to ask the Conservative the Conservative Party and the member who says they will stand up for the occupiers. Do they endorse illegal occupations going forward, or is it just this one that they're supporting?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, a brief, please.
Well, the honourable member, I don't think I said that. What I said is we will stand up for ending the mandates, but in her relationship with the Liberals in supporting bringing in the reduction in people's freedoms, I would pose the question to her. Why is she not listening to the people that she's hearing from who are complaining about wanting these mandates reduced and relieved? Provinces are doing it. Provinces out west are doing it. All kinds of provinces are doing. This government's ignoring and continues to ignore the needs of Canadians who want to get back to a normal life, and they're putting their own political agenda to try and wedge and divide us ahead of everyone.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and glad to be speaking to this bill. Actually, I'd rather not be speaking to this bill. I don't think we should, this measure, I'd rather not be speaking on it. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a total overreach of the government for political expediency, and it's inappropriate, and it's very selective. And that will be probably the nature of my comments here tonight. But first of all, I do want to thank all the members of the staff here this evening, table officers, interpreters, food services, maintenance. We appreciate what you do for us staying these late hours of the night. And yeah, they think of the cafeteria workers, they're here half an hour later than we finished tonight. So, thank you to them. Also want to thank the Parliamentary Protective Services who had long hours over here on the Hill for the past 3 weeks in order to keep order. They've been having a lot of polite conversations with the protesters and approaching them with a calm, professional demeanor. And I can't help but wonder that if the Liberal government would have had the same approach, that the situation would be where it is today. Matter of fact, I'm sure it would not be. They made absolutely no effort to reach out. And it's not just in the past 3 weeks, Madam Speaker. This is the approach they've had, that's just what they've had over the years. During the pandemic and beforehand. I can't think of a single time that the Prime Minister or any member of the Cabinet, for that matter, has even taken a minute to voice any degree of willingness to listen to the Canadians who disagree with them on the measures that the government has taken to promote the exclusion of Canadians based on vaccination status. Prime Minister and many other Liberal caucus members try to paint anyone not fully vaccinated or not supportive of exclusionary mandates as enemies, questioning whether they should be tolerated. Canada, we're talking about. It's known for our tolerance. It's known for our multiculturalism. And this is the type of approach that our government is taking constantly. It's their mode of operation. Let me go back to last year when 50 churches were burned down. They said, the Prime Minister said this: "One of my reflections is I understand the anger that's out there against institutions like the Catholic Church. It is real, and it is fully understandable, the shameful history that we've all becoming more and more aware of, and engaging ourselves to do better." Such pious words. It's wrong, Madam Speaker. Burning of churches for the Prime Minister and this Liberal government is understandable, but no desire to show concern for those protesting now. He told several church leaders that evangelical Christians were the worst part of Canadian society. Yes, exclusionary tolerance. That's what I'm speaking about. Talking about 3%. Madam Speaker?
Order. I just ruled on this a few minutes ago for the minister, and now I'm having the minister do exactly what was being what somebody had asked not to do. And I know that the ministers want to ensure that they are role models in this House, and I would ask them to hold their discussions and their thoughts when it's the appropriate time to do so. And I would also ask the opposition members as well not to engage in the discussions as well, especially when I'm speaking. So resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for those comments, and I'm happy to answer the questions afterwards. I think of something that the Prime Minister once said regarding exclusion and intolerance. Let me quote here. He spoke about an event that killed several people and wounded hundreds, many of them losing arms and legs. He said, "But there is no question that this happened because there is someone who felt completely excluded. And our approach has been, and has to be, where do those tensions come from? Where do those tensions come from?" Who was he speaking about? He was speaking about the Boston Marathon bombers, not the families and others here in front of us. That's his approach to those that he might identify with, and yet he's excluding many others. It's shameful. It's shameful and it's divisive. Why now has he no willingness to understand where these tensions come from? It is because he knows that the answer to that question of why there's these tensions, these problems, is in the mirror. He just has to look in the mirror. Does the Prime Minister think that calling anyone that is not fully vaccinated or against their exclusionary mandates, calling them a bigot, a racist, is a way to help relieve tensions? No, it's not. Does asking if their very existence should be tolerated help relieve tensions? Of course it doesn't. But you know what it does do? It drives wedges through the population, and they are masters at wedges. That's their whole this is their way to win elections, is wedges. Who cares if it's dividing Canada? Yes, shame on that government. Shame. And that's what this Prime Minister and his colleagues like to do. For them, it's a great electoral strategy. I understand that. It's electoral. If all this was an electoral strategy, and don't ask me, you could ask members from their own Liberal Party. That's what it is, electoral strategy. It's obvious from this side. It's not, and it's obvious to different ones in that side, even within their own benches. Cater to 35% approximately, maybe Toronto, Montreal, maybe downtown Vancouver. Listen, we can win the election with that. We'll expand it a bit. Who cares what we're doing to Canada? Who cares if we exclude Alberta, most of Alberta, Saskatchewan, rural parts of Canada? Oh, conservatives are Nazis. You know, who cares? As long as we get our 35%, as long as we can sit on that side, who cares what happens to Canada? Do you care? Through you, Madam Speaker. Through you. Do they care? I don't think so. It's ridiculous. Honestly, there's some things, principle is a lot more important than just winning elections. Do we get it? So dismiss other parties. They're obsessed with poll numbers. No, I understand polling is important. Les libéraux sont obsédés.
Point of order. Order. Again, maybe the honourable member wasn't in and is just walking in, but it's not questions and comments at the moment. Was there a point of order down there?
Same reason. Ministers on the government side.
I took care of it, yes.
It's shameful.
Order. I already ruled on that, so again, I would ask the honourable members of the government side to please hold on to their tongue until it's time to do so. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge has 2.5 minutes left. 2.5.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The Liberals are obsessed with polls. Several times today, the member for Kingston made fun of the Bloc by referring to polls. He said Quebecers would not vote for the Bloc anymore. Thank God that the Bloc and the Conservatives stand against the Liberals who are being supported by the NDP.
With them on most things. But yes, we do understand the Bloc.
Still still having that debate in between. I'll tell you, I actually had a call from someone from Wendover this week who had indicated that it's really not pleasant for them to listen to debates or listen to votes when people are heckling in the House. And I'm sure if he's listening tonight, he'll appreciate the fact that I put this forward. So again, questions and comments will be in just under 2 minutes. I'm sure that the honourable members can wait and the honourable ministers can wait until then to ask a question. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is a precedent-setting, first-time ever invocation of the Emergencies Act. They didn't seem to be so quick to impose it recently when there were blockades. I disagree with blockades, with violence anywhere, spoken out against it when I was an MP, as an MLA in British Columbia, and as a Conservative MP. But they pick and choose, go way over. The blockades were actually here on the borders. They're already gone before the imposition. This was totally unnecessary. It's totally a purpose of diversion. Let me just say one thing, and that is this. Why are we having this all of a sudden? Well, it seems to me a couple things. Things like their pandemic strategy might have been, well, what's going on here? Let's impose mandates upon truckers who've been able to drive back and forth in the past two years, keep the supply chains open, bring that in, and try to double down when there was pushback. They don't care if tens of thousands of Canadians are losing their jobs. And I talk to them. I talk to truckers. I talk to many others. There is not a compassion. It's like that's political fodder for them to win, to strategize, not realizing that how many countries are opening up, how many provinces are opening up. No, we're going to double down on this right here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member made some interesting comments. I was glad to hear him denounce violence, although I didn't hear that with regards to the blockade here in Ottawa. I was concerned by some of the rhetoric that he was using. I think we all need to be reducing the volume and de-escalating. However, he was being very accusatory towards the members on this side who have always stood against violence. I would like to ask the member opposite how he feels that the words that he used de-escalated the situation. I would also like to ask him about the
Have other people ask questions as well. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't happen to be the Prime Minister, okay? I'm not. So, the Prime Minister is the person that is right in front, supported by the cabinet, supported by the Liberals. And here's the thing. I used direct quotes. I was using direct quotes that our Prime Minister has said. I'm not just making things up right here. These are the words. He called them a misogynist, racist, extremist, Nazis. That's the word. Oh, flippant. Oh, is it the truckers? Is it the unvaccinated? It is Christians. Is it this? Is it the Western? Oh, whatever. We'll keep our little power base. Maybe grow that a bit. Sorry. Inappropriate for Canada. Inappropriate.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that my colleague agrees with me that what's going on outside here no longer has anything to do with public health measures or masks. Things have gone a lot further. The protesters have been infiltrated by extreme right groups. Now, will the Emergencies Act help? I think it will put more oil on the fire and radicalize them even more, make them want to stay even longer. Would my colleague agree?
Merci, mon collègue.
I thank my colleague for his comments. We hear that there are terrorists outside. Well, if that's true, then how come they don't walk around on the hill? Most of them, they're walking around, they say hello, and they're normal. So are they really that dangerous? Thank you.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've had to be in this House for a couple of years where the anti-Indigenous racism here is fierce. And I understand, Madam Speaker, that it is an intense moment. But we are in the process of recovering our children. We just discovered 52 children in unmarked graves. This Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, uses our pain as an example. And I would like to ask the member if he has humanity and will apologize for his comments.
Our member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I happen to be Indigenous. My family went to residential schools. Okay, I understand this. But that isn't about what this is. This is about Emergency Measures Act being imposed like it's never been before. Disgraceful. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following up on the question from the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, I also heard anti-Indigenous racism in the decree, and as most Indigenous people in those areas also did say, it's not right to burn down the churches. But the quote from the Prime Minister was absolutely appropriate to the circumstances of the pain of discovering the children who were stolen from their homes and never came home, and their bodies are being found, as the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre just said. And I do think the honourable member could have expressed himself more clearly to show some signs that he understands the pain of the communities that are going through this now. It is re-traumatizing people across this country in Indigenous communities.
A very brief answer. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
These are examples of the tolerance and intolerance of our Prime Minister and the Liberal Party primarily. And I just gave you a variety of examples, throwing out, including Unabomber, all sorts of different examples. There are so many of his approach, constant approach. And we oppose this imposition of the Emergency Measures Act as extreme. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Fleetwood Port Fells. Madam Speaker, it is with sadness but with resolve that I rise today to take part in this historic debate. The country and indeed the world is watching what is happening here. I hope that we can prove to be worthy of this moment in Canada's history. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Parliamentary Protective Services who have been working hard to keep us all safe and to ensure that the people's servants can continue the people's work uninterrupted. And it is so important that our work continues, that we show the people outside and indeed the world that our democracy is strong and we will not be intimidated. Madam Speaker, we are 3 weeks into the occupation of Ottawa. Centered as it is on our workplace, we have been unable to avoid its impact. And as we reflect, I would ask that we remember that your experience may be different than mine. Some may feel comfortable walking through the lines without fear. As a racialized woman, a very visible Muslim woman, because of my choice to wear the hijab, my experience has been different. I cannot ignore the ties to white supremacy, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism within this movement. One of those arrested in Quds for possession of a weapon and other charges has a history of Islamophobic social media posts and means pushing the conspiracy theory that the Prime Minister is working with, quote, Islamist, unquote, to take over Canada through immigration. We have seen how online hate can transition to real-world violence. So it is with worry that I walk to Parliament each day, watching carefully those around me. It is a heavy weight to carry. Madam Speaker, it weighs on my soul. My husband and my children are worried for me, but I told them that I'm going to keep showing up. I will not be intimidated. Madam Speaker, I would like to address some of the points I often hear from the supporters of these occupiers. They say this is a peaceful protest. It is just hot tubs and bouncy castles. No, it is much, much more. These numbers are maybe a day or two old, but Ottawa police have launched more than 172 criminal investigations, 18 arrests, 33 charges, over 3,000 tickets issued, includes 4 charged with conspiracy to murder RCMP officers, 13 arrests with the seizure of more than a dozen long guns, handguns, ammunition, and body armor. In Windsor, police have made more than 42 arrests, and they have seized 37 vehicles since the protest began there. People have been verbally and physically assaulted for exercising their freedom to wear a mask. This is not a peaceful protest. But actions don't have to be physical to be violent. Being prevented from earning a living, to go to work, to run a business, that is a violent act. The Rideau Centre and many other downtown Ottawa businesses have been closed for weeks because police can't guarantee their safety from maskless protesters seeking to intimidate and frighten employees and the customers. Hundreds of minimum wage retail and food workers unable to go to work and earn the money they need to pay their rent and feed their kids. The closure of the Ambassador Bridge costs $390 million in two-way trade every day it was closed. Auto workers and others reliant on that trade faced temporary layoffs. This is not a peaceful protest. The 2 major grocery stores in core downtown have been forced to close at times during this occupation for safety reasons, making it difficult for the residents to even buy their groceries. Bus service has been shut down through most of the core, and not everyone is able to walk, especially at -30, as it has been some days. This is not a peaceful protest. Making residents feel unsafe, walking their children down the street, taking away their freedom of movement by occupying their streets, polluting their air with diesel fumes 24/7, honking so constant and loud it took a court order to somewhat reduce it. This is not a peaceful protest. It is a torture. I support peaceful protests, and for those for whom this is about vaccine mandates, especially those outside of Ottawa that don't see what life has been like for people here in Ottawa, I want to say that is a fair debate, and you have a right to protest and be heard. And I understand your frustration. We are all frustrated. We are all tired of this pandemic. I want it to be over as much as you do. I have family overseas. I've not been able to visit in 2 years. Believe me, your voice has been heard and understood. But we cannot just wish this pandemic away. Canadians have sacrificed too much. I hope we are close to the end. But I don't want to risk seeing restrictions lifted too early and people dying that didn't have to. That's the challenge here, I believe. I support your right to protest on these points. Peacefully park your vehicle, take the LRT downtown, stand on the lawn, and protest all day. But peaceful protests does not mean blocking city streets. It does not mean blocking trade and commerce. It does not mean threatening and intimidating local residents who are just trying to live their lives. It's time to give the people of Ottawa their city back. And allow me to say to the people of Ottawa, I'm sorry. We are sorry for what you have had to live through and endure. You don't deserve this. I won't prejudge the commissions and the inquiries that will follow. Right now, the focus must be restoring order, but you have deserved better from all of us. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak to our staff. I started my career in politics as an assistant at Queen's Park, and I know how hard our staff works. We get to go home on the weekends, back in our ridings, and away from this occupation. They have to stay here because our Ottawa staff lives here, many of them in Centretown or the Byward Market in the heart of this. I urge my colleagues to ask their staff who we couldn't do our jobs without. How do they feel? How are they doing? How is their mental health through all this? What is it like on the weekends when we have gone home, but thousands more people bent on trouble and violence descend on the downtown core? I'm so sorry they have had to go through this, that their families have had to go through this, and that some have had to watch as their bosses have posed for photos with the people making their lives unbearable. Photos they then have to post on their bosses' social media. I am sorry, and I hope you have the support you need to get through this. Madam Speaker, I believe in the Charter of Rights, but I feel like so many that quote it haven't really read it. With rights comes the responsibilities, and your rights don't override my rights. We have a responsibility to one another. That's part of living in a democratic society. Canada is founded on the principles of peace, order, and good government. Across our country today, that is under threat by a foreign-funded movement that, under the guise of vaccine mandate, seeks to disrupt our lives, disrupt our trade and commerce, and disrupt our faith in our institutions, our faith in one another. The measures in this act are targeted, they are proportionate, they respect the Charter, and they give the police the tools and the powers they need to restore law and order in our country. It's time to put our democracy first. I will be supporting this order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And there's certainly much from the Liberal member across the way speech that I'd like to comment on, but there was one specific thing that she said that really piqued my interest. So I would simply ask her this. She referenced that there will be commissions and inquiries related to the response to these blockades, and I'm glad to hear that. I wish, in fact, that the Prime Minister had said that. So I'm pleased to hear that they're willing to look into it. So my question is simple. If the Prime Minister and the actions of other members of this Liberal government are found to have been inflammatory, to have played a role in what has been taking place, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if she will accept the findings of those commissions and inquiries.
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Having now declared the public order emergency, this declaration will only last for 30 days unless renewed, and our government is conscious of the need for transparency and parliamentary oversight as we have undertaken this action. In the coming days, our parliamentary committee will be stuck to provide oversight while the emergency has been in effect.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. This morning, the Prime Minister presented this Emergencies Act. He said something rather interesting. He said, we don't take this lightly. We're not doing this lightly. This wasn't the first, second, or even third option that we considered. Well, we're really wondering what these three options were that the government considered before proceeding to this step.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has made clear, the Emergencies Act is not the first option exercised or even the third or fourth. It's important to remember that local police are the first responders and the force of jurisdiction. In this case of Ottawa, that's the Ottawa Police Services. From the beginning, since the City of Ottawa began to make requests for support and resources, the government has worked with the city to ensure the RCMP provides the support they asked for. First, the City of Ottawa declared an emergency, then the Province of Ontario, and we continue to coordinate with and support those local authorities. We established an integrated command center with the Ottawa Police, OPP, RCMP to bring more resources forward. only when it was clear that this was a crisis national in scope and that existing authorities available to the local police of jurisdiction were insufficient did the government reluctantly took this action.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I've worked with her on several committees and associations, and she's always so good to work with. There's been a lot of discussions in this House on both sides about the level of disputes, I guess we could call them, outside. On the other side of the House, the Conservative members have said that these are about honking annoyances and traffic jams. Those are the two direct quotes that I've heard over the course of today's debate. I'm wondering if she could share her thoughts on the dangers of downplaying what we're seeing outside, when I know that I have spoken to people about the assaults and the harassment that they have endured throughout this convoy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for her question. And it has always been a pleasure working with her on many committees. I totally agree that peaceful protests are an important part of our democracy, and everyone should have the right for peaceful protest. But these illegal blockades, blocking our trade corridors, blocking our borders, like as I mentioned in my speech, that the closure of the Ambassador Bridge has costed like $390 million per day in the loss of trade with our most important trading partner, US. So these are not peaceful protests. These are illegal blockades. We need to end these illegal blockades so that the people of Ottawa can have their life back.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a message tonight for all my colleagues here in the House of Commons, and especially for everyone here at home in Fleetwood Port Kells who are having a rightfully good debate right now about the justifications for using the Emergency Measures Act. And I wanted to provide my own thoughts and the rationale behind my support for the government's actions. To do that, let's focus specifically on the questions in this debate. Is the government's use of the Emergency Measures Act justified? And are the measures being invoked legally? Well, the second answer is the easiest to, or the second question is easiest to answer, because that answer is yes, if the measures being used to deal with the situation conform with the legislation that's been on the books since the 1980s. But given that this is the first time that this legislation has been used, there should be scrutiny of the measures to make sure that they do conform with the law. But that is the easy part. But we have to talk about the justification. The Act is right to the point. It says a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Or B, seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and the territorial integrity of Canada. So let's take that apart and look at the evidence. Does the current situation endanger the lives of Canadians? Well, the border disruption certainly endangered the economic quality of life for Canadians, and therefore their well-being, and there is ample evidence of that in Windsor, especially in the auto sector, or for so many businesses and their employees in Ottawa. The threats of physical violence to people in Ottawa's downtown neighborhood have been real, and charges have been laid against the 13 in Coutts, Alberta, apparently because they appeared ready to murder RCMP officers. Does the activity endanger our health? Well, there's no doubt that the premature lifting of public health measures as demanded by these protesters would do this. We saw this very clearly in Alberta last year when they lifted the mandates for the best summer ever, and it wasn't. So we don't want a repeat of that. But the stated aim of the protest is to force the government to abandon public health measures regardless of the advice from the Public Health Agency of Canada and provincial authorities. Do the blockades endanger safety? Well, when protesters harass and bully people and threaten assault, yes. When protesters allegedly tried to set fire to a residential building in Ottawa, gluing the door shut in the process, yes, indeed. When police find that cache of weapons, such as was seized in Coutts, Alberta, how could there not be a perception that public safety was endangered? Does the situation exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it? Well, not in every case, but certainly in some, notably in Ontario, which is why the use of the Emergency Measures Act clearly sets out that it can be specifically targeted to locations where provincial authorities need additional help to restore order. And to the point that's been raised a few times, well, all these things were cleared up just as the Emergency Measures Act was being announced. Let's face it. We want to prevent them from bringing disorder back to those locations, which is a real and current threat. Do the current actions threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Well, the manifesto of this group calls for Canada's democratically elected government to be deposed and the government turned over to a committee made up of, in part, by them. So we put a check mark next to that one. But there'll be some who say, well, the answer is no. If you consider the protesters at face value, it's just some good old boys and girls and kids in big trucks challenging the government to preserve God-given and charter-enshrined rights and freedoms. But the people who believe that, like some of our conservative colleagues, have been deceived. They've been gamed by crafty, intense, gray-faced agents of passive-aggressive manipulation and sedition. One can only imagine the information our security services have on them. And the gaming that they've performed has been intense indeed. Canada has had a long and sometimes very colorful history of civil disobedience, where people break the law, and the police show patience and restraint while the protesters make their point. Then, having made their point on a reasonably transparent agenda, they and the government trade ideas, the deal is done, and the protesters go home. Well, those behind the blockade and occupations know this, and they have gamed us to a fare thee well. They allegedly gamed the Ottawa Police Service. Oh, we'll do our thing for a few days and then leave, while planning to use this grace period to dig in. They may have also gamed Ottawa's mayor, who thought there was a deal to get some of the trucks out of the residential areas until one of the leaders, Patrick King, stepped in and said, hey, no deal. We're not going anywhere. So do the current actions seriously threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Well, the evidence says yes. When you take a close, honest look at the people calling the shots in the protest, do their actions seriously threaten Canada's sovereignty and security? Yes, absolutely. Patrick King, who's demonstrated significant influence in the Ottawa occupation, has deposited a great deal of material online. I'm going to quote him, and the you in the quote refers to the Prime Minister. I quote, "Someone's going to make you catch a bullet one day. To the rest of this government, somebody's going to do you in." And in another quote, "The only way this is going to be settled is by bullets." The 13 people charged in Coutts, Alberta, by their history of arrests and violence, represent a very clear danger to police and to Canadian society. Want to know what their motto is for change in Canada? Guns or rope. How many times, Madam Speaker, have we seen news of mass shootings and tragic bloodshed and loss of life, only to find out in the aftermath that, oh, there were signs that the authorities should have picked up? Well, signs have been picked up, and this government will not want the postscript to an act of domestic terrorism to be an indictment by Canadians that we didn't act. And this gets us to the real point of the protest, the real agenda of the people behind it. You see, theirs is a world of anger, resentment, and hate, of minorities, of immigrants, of the liberal values and the democracy they represent. The core people behind the protests are precisely as the Prime Minister has described them. And many agree. Glenn Pearson, writing in National Newswatch today, noted, "This hatred for hatred's sake doesn't find an easy landing in Canada as it might do south of the border. But as the convoy protest revealed, the hate movement is increasingly interested in this country, hoping to undermine its authorities and replace them with chaos." The goal of such insidious agents was never to help the truckers succeed, but to make sure the government and security forces didn't. Some of the messages put out by the protest leaders make it abundantly clear that Glenn Pearson is right, that the blockades and occupations have little to do with vaccine mandates and even less to do with truckers. They say Canada should eliminate vaccine mandates for truckers operating back and forth across the U.S. border. They know that that's a ridiculous rationale for this protest, as long as the U.S. demands anyone entering their country be fully vaccinated. We could eliminate our vaccine mandate right now for truckers, but those truckers would still be out of work and still be out of luck. And 90% of our truckers agree they're fully vaccinated. So this foolish premise for the protest has no traction. Now, the protest leaders and their political familiars frame their actions as a legitimate dissent of government actions, and that's allowed in Canada. But the protest leaders have tried to obscure the methods that they're capable and possibly threatening to use. Well, we're on to them. They know and we know that those methods are not allowed. They are illegal. And given the size and scope of the blockades and the occupations, given the amount and the sources of the funding to support it, Canada's security and sovereignty are most certainly under attack. 2/3 of Canadians agree, and justified, careful measures applied the emergency powers in the Act with parliamentary and legal oversight in cooperation with the provinces who need our support. That is what this debate is intended to examine. And the majority of Canadians will be looking for justified, careful, and measured opposition in this debate, offered in the interest of doing what's best for the country. Because what's best for Canada, even when difficult to do, is our government's agenda, and it should be the agenda of everyone debating this measure over the weekend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question to my friend. I thank you for your statement. As a Crown attorney for the last 18...
Take his mask off for the interpreters. Thank you.
My apologies. In my former career as a Crown attorney for the last 18 years, I want to draw a reference to your reference to Mr. King and his comments directed towards the Prime Minister, which in my view constitute grievous bodily harm. They are threats to constitute grievous bodily harm. Do you not think that that would provide the police with ample authority under the criminal code to lay criminal charges in relation to uttering death threats or anything of that nature, as opposed to the imposition of the Emergencies Act?
I do want to remind the member he's to address the questions through the chair. Maybe he might not want to try to use the word "you" during his responses. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. These are crafty rascals we're dealing with here. If you examine the words used by Mr. King, he didn't say he'd do it. He didn't call on anybody to do it. He just said it could happen. But the implication and the inference is definitely there. So should he be arrested for that? Probably not, but he's gaming the system like the rest of them are, knowing that they can just get away with so much. Is it right, though? Would you agree? I don't think you would.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of the evening, I've had the impression that my Liberal colleagues have been taking a strange pleasure in attempting to associate us with certain members who didn't recognize that there were reprehensible things that were happening outside. And we've been saying that for 3 weeks now, Madam Speaker, that there are reprehensible acts that have been undertaken by the protesters. And we know that there's been infiltration by right-wing groups. Everyone knows that. But there have to be principles in life. And having principles means that you shouldn't put in place a law that would kill some freedoms, and that's what the Emergencies Act does. So what I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, is he aware that there are other tools that the government could have used instead of trying to kill a fly with a bazooka? Thank you.
Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I wanted to quote somebody on Twitter who said something kind of colorful. He said, you know, if you've got somebody walking along waving a swastika and you've got 100 people walking along with them, you've got 101 Nazis. Okay, we'll set that aside for a second. What has happened here? The government, the federal government, has warned that we're concerned about this. We've offered additional support to the municipalities. We saw that the municipality, in this case Ottawa, was ill-prepared or unprepared to deal with the issues that it was facing, and the flouting of the law brought the law into disrepute. So escalation, step by step, we came to today. And the premise of my remarks tonight is that I believe they are thoroughly justified.
Then comments, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member from Fleetwood, Port Kells, for his statement. The Conservatives seem to be attempting to use the chambers as a vacuum. Listening to them downplay what is going on is such a great concern. Without the benefit of the news and the social media, people could be persuaded that this is not a serious national issue. What can you say to those Canadians that are not in Ottawa, in Windsor, Edmonton, or Winnipeg, to those Canadians that were not experiencing danger directly?
Member has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, I've got a phone call that I better not take here, so I'm just going to put that on hold. I think first and foremost, to the people in the places that the honourable member mentioned, this doesn't apply to them. They can go down, they can protest. They can protest anything they like. As long as their local officials don't believe it's illegal, they're good to go. So the nature of this act really helps us pinpoint the areas where illegal actions cannot be condoned, cannot be supported by anybody in good faith, and need to be dealt with very thoroughly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it is hard to believe we are here. I certainly did not expect this to be my experience when I was elected into the 44th Parliament, as I'm sure many of my other colleagues didn't either. I think the starting point for this discussion is, how did we even get here? How did we get to a point that our Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act, previously known as the War Measures Act? Now, to give context to the gravity of this, the War Measures Act was invoked only 3 times: during World War I, during World War II, and during the FLQ crisis. The Emergencies Act has never been invoked until now. So what is it? An act to authorize the taking of special temporary measures to ensure safety and security during national emergencies and to amend other acts in consequence thereof. Leah West, the Associate Director of the prestigious Norm Patterson School of International Affairs and the Assistant Professor for International Affairs, National Security Law, Counterterrorism, and cyber operations, has recently been featured in a CBC article regarding the Emergency Act. And she said, to invoke a national emergency, the government would need to be saying that these protests threaten the security of Canada, our sovereignty, or our national or our territorial integrity. I have real concerns, she says, about fudging the legal thresholds to invoke the most powerful federal law that we have. If you were to take home anything from what I'm speaking about tonight, I think it is that quote right there. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association said, the Emergencies Act can only be invoked when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. They went on to say, governments regularly deal with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them by democratically elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties. So, back to my original question. How did we get to this point? Let's go back 21 days and ask, how did we get to a point that so many Canadians got so angry that they mobilized across the country drove thousands of miles, spent thousands of dollars just to be heard. Protesting takes different levels of commitment. You can sign a petition, you can join a social media group, or you can mobilize. Mobilizing takes another level of commitment. So what has happened to make people so frustrated that they have mobilized across this country? The other day, I was walking to my office in Confederation Building, and for those who know Ottawa, it was a very cold Ottawa day, about -25. It was freezing. And I walked down Wellington and I saw the trucks, and I just want to say I've walked this since the day I started, as a female, by myself, and never felt unsafe. And as I walked, I thought to myself, they must want to go home. So I asked. I stopped and asked one of the truckers, do you want to be here? Don't you want to go home? And you know what they said to me? Yes, of course we do. But no one is listening to us. I remember on the first few days of the protest, walking to Parliament Hill and speaking with police on the ground. They were polite and engaging. The police have been fantastic. If we could get a round of applause for the police. Yeah. I asked them how they were managing, and they said, pretty well. They told me this protest was nothing like Caledonia. They told me they've been working protests for decades, and force always escalates a protest. They said force never works for a peaceful resolution. They said the #1 thing that works is when protesters are heard. They asked me if I knew why the Prime Minister refused to acknowledge them. I told them I wondered the exact same thing. So, just for fun, I thought I'm going to Google crisis management tactics, just to see what Google had to say. Of course, a top 7 useful tactics list popped up, and I'm going to share them with you. #1, tell the truth. #2, own it and speak from the heart. #3, have a plan. #4, provide a respectful response. #5, use the moment as a learning tool. #6, say the same thing to everyone. #7, take all stakeholders into account. Now, the Prime Minister has a lot more tools at his disposal than Google, and yet he still jumped to invoking the Emergencies Act before using the simplest of tools. I don't know that any of those 7 tactics have been used by the Prime Minister. Last Thursday, February 10th, the Conservative Party put forth a motion in the House asking for a plan. Communication, transparency. And the Liberal government, who's been over-speaking my entire speech and has no respect clearly for the House, voted no. Canadians want and deserve clear and transparent communication. If you don't want to listen to me, leave. On Monday, during a press conference, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Some people will say that we moved too quickly. Other people will say no. We should have acted weeks ago. The reality is this. The Emergencies Act is not something to take lightly. It's not the first thing you turn to, nor the second, nor the third. So I asked the Prime Minister to please tell Canadians what the first, second, and third actions were that he took before invoking the Emergencies Act. I, along with the rest of Canada, is still waiting for an answer. The relationships that have been destroyed in the country may never be rebuilt. The division, segregation, and stigmatization has deeply and negatively impacted Canadians. There has been countless opportunities for the leader of the country to unite Canadians, but instead of bringing us together, our Prime Minister says things like this, quote, "They are extremists who don't believe in science, they're often misogynists, also often racist," said Trudeau. "It's a small group that muscles in, and we have to make a choice in terms of leaders, in terms of the country. Do we tolerate these people?" Those are the Prime Minister's words. This is a far cry from the Prime Minister we can quote from 2015 when he won, and he said, and I quote, "A positive, optimistic, hopeful vision of public life isn't a naive dream. It can be a powerful force for change. And if Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians." Where is that Prime Minister? Where did he go? Our office has received thousands and thousands of emails and messages from very scared and confused constituents. Some of the messages I've received today alone are the following. People are very concerned about the serious misuse of power and the overreach of federal government. One constituent sobbed on the phone that she's frightened and can't sleep because it reminds her of the October crisis. Another constituent phoned in because he feared he would be arrested if he spoke in public in our local community. People have phoned in very concerned that the Act is already being implemented and that this debate is purely window dressing. The general public is confused as to the extent of the powers and that there is no check on the government's implementation. People are afraid that their bank accounts will be frozen, not because they donated, but because they have supported the truckers on social media. Constituents are worried that if they donated even $50, that their account will be frozen and forever jeopardize their credit rating. What are the facts that make the government believe that the blockades are associated with the threat of serious violence for an ideological purpose? What is the legal basis for this extreme action by government? A constituent wrote to me right before I spoke tonight, and he told me that he received a scam email that his account has been frozen. Has the government acknowledged that this Emergencies Act may have opened the door for fraud and innocent Canadians to be further traumatized? Another constituent wrote to me and said, "I'm a senior. I'm a senior, Michelle. I can't pay for my food. I can't pay for my mortgage. Why isn't the government dealing with this?" To the people of Ottawa,
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up, but I'm sure she'll be able to add during questions and comments. The honourable minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague asked what the basis of putting the Emergencies Act in. Madam Speaker, $450 million a day in trade that was being blockaded by illegal activity. The illegal occupation here in Ottawa, which is harassing and holding Ottawa residents hostage. The other reason, Madam Speaker, is we've seen very clearly in the news, 52% of those that have donated to support this campaign have actually been from the United States, 1,100 of which supported the January 6th insurrection. Madam Speaker, those are very clear reasons, and I just asked the colleague on the other side when she thinks foreign interference in our democracy is appropriate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
I thank the member opposite for the question. I guess my question would be exactly what I said in my entire speech. How did we get here? What are the first, second, and third actions that were taken before invoking the Emergencies Act?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Madam Speaker, I have a curious mind. I like answers, and I looked at the criminal code. It's long. But at one point, in one area, the criminal code refers to illegal actions which, in fact, have been unfolding here in Ottawa, and yet nothing has been done. So on behalf of the residents, I'd like to know what measures my colleague thinks should have been put in place before today.
Thank you so much to the member for the question. I think it's back to a lot of what I was saying in this speech and speaking with the police and speaking with different police chiefs about meeting with these protesters. You know, they were obviously able to clear the blockades that were at the border crossings by negotiation and talking and listening. So I think that's the big piece that's missed. I don't think we needed to go to the strongest parliamentary action to get to this point.
Comments? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Thank you to the honourable member for talking about how they had received messages. I wanted to say that this morning I'm in my riding right now, and I was able to be on the phone all morning. I was actually answering the phones that was coming into my office, and I heard many, many stories and listened to many, many people today that are afraid, folks that have been duped by lack of information and by misunderstanding of exactly what's happening, not just here in Ottawa, but right across Canada. So I guess my question for the member is, how does my colleague think that these miscommunications can be cleared up for the majority of Canadians?
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
That's a great question. I formerly worked in media, and it has been unbelievable to see the silos of information that people are getting. And I actually think it is one of the biggest contributing factors to the division that we are seeing in this country. And there is a really big discussion that needs to happen about media and the information that is being released to the public.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the honourable member put her finger on something very important, which is what described as silos of information. There seem to be echo chambers of information. I have constituents who've written me pleading that it's a terrible lie that convoy protesters went into Shepherds of Good Hope and accosted staff, demanded to be fed, assaulted a security guard, and assaulted a homeless person. They firmly believe that this is a lie. But this is supported by my church when I'm in Ottawa, St. Bartholomew's. I have a lot of friends at Shepherds of Good Hope. This was witnessed. This happened. And yet, the spinning around this from the convoy supporters is extraordinary. The honourable member confirmed that she accepts that some convoy protesters have committed assault in this community and terrorized community members.
The honourable member Peterborough-Kawartha.
I thank the honourable member opposite for the question. I think this whole discussion is part of what I'm trying to say. How did we get to a point where each person thinks they are so right and they are so divided? And it comes back to the leadership at the very top. When you have a leader telling Canadians that some of the people in this country are bad people, you divide people. And that is the biggest problem we have in this country. We are no longer united. We are divided.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for let me try that again. It's getting to be late, Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today, and I take no pleasure in having to be in this place this evening to debate the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I will say from the outset, I strongly oppose this measure, and I will be voting against it. In its current version, the Emergencies Act has never been used before. It was invoked this week. It was passed in 1988 to add parliamentary supervision and to make changes to its predecessor, the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act was only used on 3 occasions, during the First World War, World War II, and the FLQ crisis in Quebec. Let's be clear, the protests that are happening outside of these walls is a political emergency for this Liberal government. It is not a national emergency facing Canada. Furthermore, it is a political emergency for this Prime Minister, and it is one of his own making. He has no one to blame other than himself, his cabinet, and his Liberal backbenchers for allowing this situation to arise and to get to the point we are facing today. This week, the Prime Minister admitted the Emergencies Act was not something to take lightly. In fact, he indicated it's not the first thing you turn to, nor the second. Canada's Conservatives continue to press this Liberal government on what those first or second options were, and we continue to wait. Instead of dialogue, recovery plans, and a path forward, this Liberal government is so devoid of leadership that it has decided to double down and to continue to revel in the practice of the politics of disunity and disharmony. It is concerned more with capitalizing on the divisions caused by wedge issues rather than working to bring all Canadians together. The Prime Minister has made no effort to de-escalate the situation. Instead, he has insulted and disrespected Canadians, and when this issue grew into a national movement, Instead of listening to what concerned people have had to say, his government opted to implement the most extreme measure in response to deal with these protesters in downtown Ottawa. Let's also be clear, the Emergencies Act was not needed before the border blockades were cleared up. Police and law enforcement agencies in Ontario, Alberta, Manitoba, and British Columbia were able to use their existing powers to end those blockades without incident. What is different with policing in downtown Ottawa? In my riding, a protest was planned for the Peace Bridge in Fort Erie this past weekend, and due to the work of local police authorities, the Niagara Regional Police, OPP, and the Niagara Parks Police, they were able to address the issue, allow the protest to remain peaceful, and have their views heard before the protest came to a natural end. Effective planning and policing was responsible for this, not the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Imposing power of the Emergencies Act sets a dangerous precedent. The Government of Canada should not have the power to close the bank accounts of hardworking Canadians simply on the suspicion of supporting political causes of which the government does not approve or support. This is a slippery slope, and it is not how any government should operate in a free and democratic society. In fact, the Canadian Liberties Association, who is now planning to sue the federal government over the Emergencies Act, news which only broke a few hours ago, had this to say about the government's decision. It stated, and I quote, "Government regularly deals with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them democratically by elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties." The protest in Ottawa is entering its fourth weekend. If this was such a pressing public order emergency as the Liberals want it to appear, then why did it take so long for them to act? 2 weeks ago, the City of Ottawa declared a state of emergency because of these protests, so seized with the matter that on that same day, the Prime Minister needed to take a personal day off despite being in the same city. Let us not be deceived. This, again, is not a national emergency. This is a political emergency for the Liberal government, and it's one of their own making. Ultimately, the job of government, of all elected representatives, is to work together for the greater good, to bridge differences, find accommodations, and propose solutions for the benefit of all. That is why I chose to stand for public office. It is to help people, and I'm sure all elected members here in this House feel the same way. Canada's Conservatives propose such a solution. In fact, a way out of this mess, which the Liberal government, with the support of the NDP, foolishly chose to ignore. Our motion called on the federal government to put forward a plan that would outline the steps and dates as to when federal COVID-19 mandates and restrictions could be rolled back. This approach would have reduced the temperature across the country on this pressing issue, and it could have addressed the concerns of many Canadians, not just those who are protesting. Conservatives offered the Liberals this olive branch. Instead, they turned it down and unnecessarily invoked the Emergencies Act. We are more than 2 years into this pandemic, and Canadians simply want to return to their normal lives. When will we get there? Perhaps when this federal government displays the needed leadership in getting Canadians the healthcare tools they need and are looking for after themselves, their families, and their loved ones. Since the early days of this pandemic, Canada's Conservatives have been strong proponents of both vaccines and rapid testing. So why is it only this week we were debating allocating $2.5 billion towards the acquisition of rapid tests? We should have been debating that a year and a half ago. That would have been the federal leadership Canadians are looking for and desperately want and need. This is the type of federal leadership that is sorely missing from this government sitting across from me. Leadership means bringing people together. Instead, the Prime Minister is polarizing Canadians, waging Canadians against one another, and constantly working to divide us. It's a political strategy that not only serves the benefit of the Liberals at the cost of our national unity, economic stability, and the well-being of our beloved country and citizens. It also disappoints me greatly that the Prime Minister and his Liberal government are delaying access to critical health care tools that can give all Canadians greater freedoms and choices, especially as it pertains to managing their personal health care and family well-being. In fact, Madam Speaker, where are the additional resources our provinces have been asking in terms of federal health transfers to address the lack of surge capacities in our healthcare system? For 2 years, the provinces have been asking for this. Rather than live with the existing very limited capacity, which is constantly at risk, why not invest in our healthcare infrastructure now to increase this capacity and create relief? This past January, many of my constituents in Fort Erie, Stevensville, and Crystal Beach were angered when the Niagara Health System was forced to close the Fort Erie Urgent Care Centre because of staffing shortages elsewhere in Niagara. This is evidence our province and our local health authorities require additional resources and the support that the federal government needs to enable. What is the Liberal response to this? The Prime Minister says they will look at healthcare transfers once this pandemic is over. That is simply unacceptable. Madam Speaker, it's been 2 long and difficult years. All Canadians deserve a federal government that is here to serve them and protect our national best interests. That means it does not matter what your political party is, where you live in this country, what faith you follow, or what your vaccine status is. This is the Team of Canada approach that we all need. All Canadians deserve so much better from their federal government than what we are getting now. From the very beginning of COVID, this Liberal government was grossly unprepared for this pandemic, just as they were and are unprepared to deal with the protests when it arrived in Ottawa 4 weekends ago. The weight of responsibility for this pandemic and Canada's response to it is on the federal government's shoulders. Yet instead of working collaboratively to solve the issues facing Canadians, this Prime Minister's attempt to turn the page is the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, throughout the country, provinces are reducing their public health restrictions and have put forward plans to reopen their economies. Yet the federal government continues to remain silent on their plans to fully reopen areas of federal jurisdiction, especially in time for our all too important summer season in areas that are dependent on tourism, like in my riding of Niagara Falls. The Emergencies Act is not justified to deal with these protesters in downtown Ottawa. Let the police and local law enforcement officials do their jobs just as they have done at the international border crossings that were blocked in multiple provinces. Madam Chair, while the police do their important work, Canada needs its Prime Minister to start doing his by producing a plan to end all federal COVID-19 mandates and restrictions so all Canadians can get on with their lives peacefully and together. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I heard from the Honourable Member for St. Catharines, and many of my family members are constituents of his. And he talks about, and has talked about for a long time, ending the mandates. And following policies like the United States that see a death rate so much higher. And if we apply the same death rates to Canada and the United States, it would be an additional 60,000 Canadians dead. Oof. My grandmother, who's a constituent of the Honourable Member, needed emergency surgery. Needed emergency surgery last month and got it because of lockdowns, because politicians stood up and took the steps, because of mandates, because people got vaccinated. Who does he want to sacrifice of his constituents by throwing public health aside? Wonder if he could stand up and ask and tell us who he'd be willing to throw away.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Again, as I said earlier, we are all elected in this place to help people. I got into this business because I want to help people. The job of government is to bridge the differences that exist on both sides of this House. Instead, what this government likes to do is revel in the politics of disunity. They like to play the majority against the minority. They want to play those games, that wedge issue games, that only serve to protect their interests. Let me finish. So I'll say this at this time. Madam Speaker, I'm here to help people. Through you, Madam Chair, why aren't they?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had an opportunity to ask his question, and he shouldn't be heckling or trying to throw some other, have another discussion while the Honourable Member is responding. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'Honourable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Everyone in Quebec is against this. All of the members of the National Assembly are against this, as well as all the political parties, Quebec's Liberal Party, the CAQ. On the government side, the Honourable Heritage Minister is not waiting his turn to ask a question. This isn't the first time I've risen tonight to So I'm wondering whether we could perhaps calm down a little. Could we please wait our turn to ask questions? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, please continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My mother would have spanked him. So all the members of the National Assembly of Quebec are against this. In Quebec, we have trauma with the Act because of what happened in 1970 with the War Measures Act. And even though the current situation is not the same as what happened in 1970, it was very dramatic because there were arbitrary arrests, and it was a very difficult time for us. In fact, we had a bill to ask the Prime Minister to apologize for the 500 people who were arbitrarily detained in October of 1970. Will the Prime Minister apologize for that?
False.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. And not only is Quebec, I believe, have concerns with this legislation, I believe 5 provinces altogether have expressed their concerns with the implementation of this Act. What we're saying to this government is, why did they have to take that extraordinary step of implementing the Emergencies Act? What data? What proof? What situation forced them to do this? Not using the existing criminal code elements, the existing legislative regulatory authorities that exist. Again, we had a protest at our border just last weekend, and police were able to accommodate it without the Emergencies Act. So why was this step needed? In fact, it isn't.
Yeah. And comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre, a brief question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I agree. I think this conversation has been quite divisive. That's concerning. I understand why people are angry and frustrated. It's been a long 2 years for us all. But I'm wondering if my honourable colleague would agree with me that some of the images we're seeing in terms of police involvement, some of the reports, certainly some of the clips that we've seen with police hugging people blocking borders, if that's concerning to him, that a former RCMP officer is one of the organizers, former military, and if it should require a public inquiry.
Answer from the member for Niagara Falls.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I believe we all believe in the rights of Canadians for peaceful protests, and I think we all agree that some of the images, the actions that we've seen are not to be tolerated, not to be allowed. We've said weeks ago that we believe this blockade should end and that those truckers should go home. It's time for them to go home. It's time for this protest to be over. It's time for Canadians to start working together and stop playing these divisive games so that we can do the best for all Canadians, and let's get back to work.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of, I had it just a few minutes, Public Services and Procurement. I was going to go from the procurement part first, but there we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is quite a mouthful, especially in French. I always have trouble with that provisionnement. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Nepean. Being a member of Parliament is an awesome responsibility. In our system, the 338 of us have enormous power to establish the laws of this nation and oversee the activities of our government. Each and every debate we have, each and every vote we take is important. But there are still some debates and votes that are more important than others. This is one of them. The Emergencies Act has never been invoked in its 34-year history. Any time that you increase police powers or limit civil liberties, you have to ensure that what you are doing is reasonable and proportionate. This is an important debate, Madam Speaker, and Canadians are watching us. We are all tired and frustrated after living with an epidemic for 2 years. Nerves are frayed. Politicians are passionate people, and we often use overheated rhetoric, especially on social media. However, Madam Speaker, we need to turn down the volume. I have been watching this House over the last 2 weeks and growing more and more concerned. Last year, my friend, the Conservative member for Parry Sound, Muskoka, and I wrote an op-ed where we reminded Canadians we can disagree without being disagreeable. Both he and I used to be mayors. In the municipal world, there is far less partisanship. We can disagree about policy and vigorously debate while still being respectful. But I have not seen that much of that over the last 2 weeks. There have been far too many personal attacks and insults, generalizations based on party membership instead of respecting people as individuals. Most policy decisions are not black and white. They are gray. Let's show Canadians we can listen to one another and recognize that even if we disagree, we all love our country and are advocating for what we believe is best for it. We do not want to end up like our American neighbors, who over the last couple of years seem to sometimes live in two different realities, depending on what cable news network they watch. Madam Speaker, that responsibility is not one man's, it's all of ours. En ce qui concerne la loi sur les mesures d'urgence,
with regard to the Emergencies Act, we members have two questions to ask ourselves. First, do we feel that the requirements are being met? Does this constitute a national emergency under Article 3 of the Act? And second question, even if the definition is met, should we be invoking this?
Circumstances we have been witness to over the past few weeks. The right to peaceably assemble is a core constitutional right under Section 2 of our Charter of Rights. So is freedom of expression. People have every right to complain about the government, including here on Parliament Hill. But as many others have said before me, a blockade is not a peaceful assembly. Over the last several weeks, we have seen bylaw after bylaw flouted in Ottawa. Blockading streets, including residential streets with trucks, is not peaceful assembly. Honking horns all night long and polluting the air by running engines 24/7 is not peaceful assembly. Harassing and assaulting residents and threatening journalists and closing small businesses is not peaceful assembly. We have seen the blockades having a confused leadership with various ideological grievances, ranging from ending all public health restrictions to the overthrow of the elected government. Then these blockades expanded to border crossings across the country to impede the incredibly important trade relationship between Canada and the United States. The US is our most important trading partner, with approximately $2 billion in goods traveling across the border each day. Over the last 10 days, there have been blockades or attempted blockades at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, the Sarnia Blue Water Bridge, the Peace Bridge in Fort Erie, in Emerson, Manitoba, in Coutts, Alberta, and in Surrey, BC. These blockades have led to the disruption in the flow of goods and services, the cutting of shifts at Canadian manufacturing plants, and concerns being raised in the United States if Canada remained as a reliable trading partner. In addition to the blockades at the border, protesters attempted to impede access to the Ottawa airport, threatened to blockade railway lines, they made bomb threats to hospitals, and noxious substances were mailed to MPs. People linked to the blockades in Coutts were arrested with a large quantity of ammunition, and 4 of them were charged with conspiracy to commit murder. I can go on, but my time is limited. In my view, the current situation, Madam Speaker, meets the definition in Section 3 of the Act. But that does not yet satisfy the second question legislators must ask, Madam Speaker. We also need to determine if we believe the use of the Act is a good idea at this time. We need to weigh the need for public safety versus the potential limitation of civil liberties. We need to determine if there are other and better ways of ending the blockades. I want to start by noting that for weeks, the Ottawa police were unable to manage the situation to anyone's satisfaction. Under our Constitution, policing powers are generally provincial and then delegated to municipalities. The only federal role would be offering support when asked. Yet from the beginning, there were questions in this House from all parties about what the Government of Canada was doing to manage the situation. I was one of many that said that people did not care about jurisdiction here. They just wanted all the governments to work together to fix the problem. But the problem was not getting fixed adequately. The police clearly needed more resources and more tools in the toolbox, and somebody needed to step forward and take charge. Invoking this act is a way of the federal government giving police more tools in the toolbox and having the government step in where necessary, which is exactly the leadership that was being asked for. I want to thank former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who's otherwise known today as Mark's dad, and former Minister Perrin Beatty, and all the members of Parliament in 1988 that replaced the War Measures Act with the Emergencies Act. If it were the War Measures Act we were debating, I would be squarely against it. Under the War Measures Act and days before the Charter and the Bill of Rights, we had gross violations of human rights, such as the roundup of Japanese Canadians in the Second World War. But the Emergencies Act is very different. This act is subject to the Charter of Rights. It is subject to the Bill of Rights, and even makes note of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Yes, there may be temporary added minor limits to civil liberties, but any such limits have to remain compliant to the Charter. This means that any limitation to a right still must be reasonable in a free and democratic society. It also means the courts will continue to have oversight. It is somewhat ironic to me that various members who have complained about rights being limited here have themselves supported the use of the notwithstanding clause by provincial legislatures, which truly have the effect of undermining charter rights. I oppose the use of the notwithstanding clause in all circumstances. I also note that it is important that members of Parliament have continually and rightly asked for involvement and oversight on decisions being made related to ending these blockades. The Emergency Act provides exactly that oversight. The invocation of the Act and any extension need to be authorized by Parliament. A parliamentary review committee consisting of MPs from all recognized parties and senators needs to be established to review the exercise of the powers under the Act and report to Parliament at least once every 60 days. And after the emergency is over, there has to be an inquiry into the circumstances under which the declaration was issued and the measures taken for dealing with the inquiry. Enfin, je note que certains...
Finally, I note that some have claimed that the act should not be applied to certain provinces. In my view, this does not make sense. There are two orders that have been made. One of the orders relates to emergency economic measures. This allows for things such as insurance companies to cancel or suspend the insurance of a vehicle involved in the illegal blockade. It would make no sense for this to not be applicable if, for example, a vehicle involved in the blockade in Ottawa came from across the river in Gatineau. It allows banks to freeze accounts of people participating in the illegality. It would make no sense that this could not be applied to a person's bank account established in Ontario, but not in Quebec.
Invoking the Act is indeed a reasonable and wise and proportional decision to take in the current context, and I support the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River White Rock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, I listened to the first part of the member's speech, and I heard about the concerns from the member about the heated rhetoric and things like that. I'm just wondering if he could comment about the Prime Minister's comments the other day, yesterday, in regards to one of my Jewish colleagues' question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Parliamentary Secretary.
See, Madam Speaker, I very much appreciate my friend. That's exactly the type of question that, in my view, is part of the problem. I asked everybody on all sides to tone down the rhetoric. That's my side, and that's the other side. We all have that responsibility, all 338 of us. And to, again, single out one member when all of us have an equal responsibility, I think is wrong. But I personally also want to say that I deeply appreciate the member for Thornhill. I enjoy working with her, and I continue to hopefully work with her in a good way going forward. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm someone who likes to plan ahead. When I saw that this convoy was coming, this very, very long convoy, I said, that's fine. There will be a plan. People will work together. There will be teamwork. But I realized that that's not necessarily the case. On February 7th, the federal government was asked to send 1,800 police officers to help law enforcement and the city of Ottawa. Could that have been done ahead of time? Could Ottawa and the federal government have planned for that earlier?
Je remercie à mon honorable collègue.
I thank my honorable colleague. My colleague is always very reasonable. First of all, as I said in my speech, we are all incredibly disappointed in what happened in Ottawa. The City of Ottawa police, for some reason or another, were not able to adequately respond to the situation. And yes, the federal government does have a duty to act and did act to increase police resources in Ottawa. But it does take time to bring our CMP agents from elsewhere in the country. We also need to brief them about what's happening in Ottawa. We have to bring them here by plane, by bus, or by other means, and that takes time. Now, the federal government has accepted its responsibilities, and this is what we're debating today.
Port Moody, Fort Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing some humanity back to the chamber tonight. And this pandemic is a story of sacrifice and solidarity. It's one of grief and loss. It's one of heroes. And while the majority of Canadians have done all they can to get us through this pandemic, there are a sinister few who have decided to capitalize on Canadians' kindness and good nature and sabotage our social fabric. So my question to the member is, does the member agree there are sinister actors here whose actions are meant to hurt Canadians and significantly negatively impact Canada's reputation and economy and destabilize our civil peace?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank that honourable member who always speaks so intelligently in this chamber. I mean, yes, I think there are such people. And I think the member for Fleetwood Port Kells gave a great description of what was happening in his speech.
Saanich Go Silence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to echo what the other member asking a question, the member for Mount Royal said. The tone of his comments was, as ever, extremely helpful. We need to lower the temperature in this place and be honest with Canadians about the difficulties we face and why it's important to distinguish between what the War Measures Act was and what, under the Mulroney government, was repealed the War Measures Act and put in place, I think, a much more, obviously, far more thoughtful piece of legislation and does not in any way suspend civil liberties. But I still have concerns about it. And I ask the honourable member for Mont Royal, does he believe that in the course of this debate we might even see some changes from the government in terms of the regulations? I'll be very specific.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'm always inspired by the member for Saanich Gulf Island, and I listened to her very thoughtful speech earlier today, and I'm sure many others did as well. And I'd be very happy to speak to her offline about the questions that she raised.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we enter the third week of occupations and illegal blockades, we need this Emergency Act for two reasons, in my opinion. Number one, it is time to uphold the rule of law. And second, it is time to take action to protect our critical economic infrastructure before it makes permanent damage to our economy. As we all know, the rule of law is a political philosophy that all citizens and institutions within a state or a country or a community are accountable to the same laws. Canada is a wonderful country, with a very diverse population, people of different ethnicities, different faiths, and we all live together to make Canada the best country in the world. Canadians have come to Canada from over 100 different countries. According to Statistics Canada, in my riding of Nepean, 120 languages are spoken, though 60 to 65% of my Nepean residents speak English as their first language. Some Canadians came to this country several generations back. Some came several decades back, and some are recent arrivals. Many Canadians came to this country for the freedom it offers to all its residents. Many came fleeing the persecution in the countries they were born. Many came to Canada for the economic opportunities that it provides. Many came to Canada for better life of their children than they had. But one common denominator for all Canadians, especially the new Canadians who came to Canada, is that the fundamental reason for them is Canada upholds the rule of law. Upholding the rule of law is so important, and it is built into the fabric of our country that current situation is unbelievable to many Canadians. Whether the economic opportunity, whether the better life of our children, whether the security this country provides for hardworking Canadians to generate wealth for the country, for the economic development, and to their families and their children. The fundamental reason for that to happen is the rule of law. So it is unbelievable for us many Canadians that the rule of law is so openly floated that the rule of law is made a mockery. It is possible. I think it is possible. Our law enforcement agencies build their systems and processes around the assumption that Canadians, generally speaking, uphold the rule of law. Maybe this is the reason why we can see the occupation today by foreign-funded group holding our men and women in uniform in contempt. We need to support our hardworking men and women in uniform. We need to provide them with the tools they need to restore law and order. This is the reason for the Emergency Act, which is targeted, reasonable, and proportionate. It strengthens and supports law enforcement agencies so they have more tools to restore order and protect critical infrastructure. The second reason for this Emergency Act, as I mentioned, is to protect our critical economic infrastructure. Canada is rich today. We enjoy very high standard of living today because of the continued economic growth. And this economy of ours is very much dependent on our trade. Trade accounts for 60 to 65% of our GDP. And this trade is dependent on the smooth flow of goods and services across the borders with our biggest trading partner. This economy and this trade allows us, it has given us wealth. It allows us to take care of our seniors. It allows us to provide affordable housing. It allows us to deliver quality healthcare to all Canadians, irrespective of their income status. For the foreign-funded small group of Canadians, to misuse the freedom of expression, the freedom to protest, to misuse those freedoms to damage the fundamental and critical economic infrastructure is simply not acceptable. So it is time for us to act before permanent damage is done to our economy and in turn permanent damage to the Canadian way of life. This big economy, this big trade we have came not only because of the hardworking Canadians, but it is also made possible by the investors from different parts of the world who found Canada a good place to invest. We have major foreign companies in automobile sector, aluminum sector, steel sector, making their investments in Canada because Canada is always open for business, because Canada offers little disruption in the conduct of business, because Canada allows the free trade and flow of goods and services. When this assumption of the international investors or the guarantees the international investors have come to assume is fundamentally challenged, it is time to act. And now it is the time. Foreign funded groups have crossed the line, and we have to act to protect the interest of all Canadians. It is time to reinforce the principles, values, and institutions that keep all Canadians free. The blockades and occupations are illegal. They are a threat to our economy and relationship with trading partners. They are a threat. The foreign funded groups are a threat through our supply chains and the availability of essential goods like the food and medicine. And the foreign funded groups have become a threat to public safety. Let me be clear, Madam Chair. Every Canadian has a right to express their opinion or disagreement, or even express their anger. They have the right. And I will be the first person to defend those rights in our wonderful, free, and democratic country. But this right does not extend to the foreign funded groups, depriving other Canadians their rights of freedom to enjoy a peaceful life. The right to disagree does not extend to foreign funded groups to blockade our critical economic infrastructure. The right to protest does not extend to the foreign funded groups causing harms to families and small businesses and to destroy jobs and the economy. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said, this Emergency Act, under this Act, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to protect Canadians' individual rights. We are not going to call in the military. We are not limiting the people's freedom of expression. We are not limiting the freedom of peaceful assembly. We are not preventing people from exercising their rights to protest legally. Today, Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to take action against illegal blockades and occupation that are harmful to Canadians. I ask all members of this House to stand up for their families and workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Nepean for his comments. He made numerous references to the reason to impose this act now was to protect critical infrastructure. I lost track how many times he mentioned critical infrastructure. So, two things. Could he identify which critical infrastructure today this act is to protect? Or is the intent to keep this legislation in place to prevent future critical infrastructure attacks that I'm not aware of.
Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, the occupations and blockades are not legal. These are done by the foreign-funded groups. I'm surprised to note some of our honorable colleagues stand in solidarity with these foreign-funded groups who are taking actions, who are occupying our cities, who are blocking the trade flows between Canada and the US.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, this evening, the Minister of Heritage was called to order a couple of times, and if we had asked him to leave, well, I would have thought that disproportionate, and I would have defended his right to stay in here, because I like him at the end of the day. It would have been a disproportionate response to throw him out of the House. So what I'd like to say to my colleague is it possible that the Emergencies, not the War Measures Act, but the Emergencies Act is disproportionate to what we're seeing? And that's a bit what I've been saying since the beginning of the evening. It's like killing a fly with a bazooka. We have a lot of other tools in our hands, and this will create a precedent, and that's what I'm afraid of. In the future, the Emergencies Act might be used for more nefarious reasons. I'm not accusing this government of doing that, but future governments might use this precedent. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This act is necessary. It is proportionate, and as we have made it very clear that this act does not affect the Canadians' Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we are not bringing the military. And this act, as my honourable colleagues knows, is not the War Measure Act. This is a new act, which is quite mellow, I can say, compared to the previous act. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for his speech. When I speak to people here in my riding of Victoria, they are wanting action to be taken, and the use of the Emergencies Act, while some have concerns about it, it is clearly we're at an emergency state. It's an acknowledgement of the failure of leadership from all levels of government, but really from the federal government, who allowed things to escalate unchecked. But one thing I've heard again and again is, why did it take weeks to deal with this issue when there are clear links to white supremacy? There were clear concerns from the beginning. But when it comes to how the RCMP and the government deals with land defenders, Indigenous rights activists, environmental activists, there's a very different approach. And I'm curious if the member is committed to changing this in the future, and what his government is going to do to address these inequities.
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is right for people to have some concerns, because this act has been applied for the first time. So there are some legitimate concerns. Whether we should have brought this act 5 days back or 2 days later, we can debate. But their time came when it was very critical to our economic infrastructure, when it was critical to end this occupation, mostly by foreign-funded groups. I think the government took the steps at the right time and in coordination with all other levels of the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief question from the Honourable Assistant House Leader. Yes.
You're right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why.
Why?
Sorry, you've made me forget my question almost. But sorry, I'd like to. Tonight, a lot of references have been made that we need to listen to Canadians and we need to listen to our constituents. So, the member being a member from Nepean, I would like to know what his constituents think of this occupation in Ottawa.
Member for Nepean in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The people of Nepean are so much concerned. For them, number one, it is unbelievable that few groups of people so blatantly flout the rule of law and misuse their freedom to right to protest and occupy parts of Ottawa and bring misery to the families, the businesses, etc. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is, as always, an honour to be able to stand in this chamber and address the issues that are impacting Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, I stand in this chamber tonight to speak about an issue that should make every one of the 338 members of this House take a moment to pause. The invocation of the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, an act passed in 1988, of which was the successor to the War Measures Act. Now, Madam Speaker, if I could, I want to talk a little bit about the history and why it is so important to understand that in the context of where we are this evening. Madam Speaker, the War Measures Act was invoked 3 times in the history of this country. World War I, World War II, and the FLQ crisis under former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Now, Madam Speaker, I find it incredibly troubling that that's the context for which we find ourselves here today. Wars and murdered politicians is the context for the debate that we find ourselves in here today. Madam Speaker, the invocation of the War Measures Act, an extreme measure to deal with significant issues. Now, I don't think that there would be a member of this House that wouldn't agree with the need for a mechanism like this to exist. Because, Madam Speaker, the reality is that there are instances where significant action needs to be taken. But, Madam Speaker, we see this Liberal Prime Minister invoking this Emergencies Act, the taking and granting himself and his government unprecedented authority that includes significant things that suspend, for example, due process. Now, Madam Speaker, the members opposite don't necessarily like to consider the precedent of the actions that they make, the decisions that they make. But, Madam Speaker, the precedent is being set by the invocation of this act here, that it is okay to suspend due process, a fundamental aspect of a modern democracy, a fundamental aspect ensuring that there's not things like unreasonable search and seizure. Many, although the government talks about the Emergencies Act being subject to the Charter, there are aspects of it that are allowed to be overridden because of what the Emergencies Act allows. And, Madam Speaker, it's important to acknowledge those things as we enter into this debate. Madam Speaker, we see that there is this seemingly flippant approach to such a serious issue that is setting a precedent that I would simply ask this question. Madam Speaker, if the members opposite and members of the NDP who have indicated that they are going to support this. Madam Speaker, if this was former Prime Minister Stephen Harper that had invoked this act, would they be celebrating it? Would they be laughing in their seats? Would they be poking fun and seemingly enjoying the fact that they are taking away the right to due process? That they are suspending certain aspects of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Madam Speaker, that's an important question that I hope every member of the Liberal Party and every member of the NDP consider carefully. Madam Speaker, an unprecedented step that was taken 3 weeks after the Prime Minister did nothing but inflame tensions on what is a time that Canada, I would submit to you, has never been more divided. Now, the context for this is the fact that there is and continues to be protests taking place in the streets of Ottawa. Madam Speaker, I, along with my Conservative colleagues, and the members opposite, again, don't like to listen to this because it's inconvenient to their narrative. But we've condemned blockades, we've condemned illegal activities, and we've condemned the hateful imagery associated with it. You see, and Madam Speaker, they don't like that because it disrupts the divisive narrative that their leader continues to forward. But Madam Speaker, we've done that while also being the only party in this country that has been willing to actually acknowledge the fact that over the course of the last number of months, there has been an unprecedented level of division that has alienated Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, now that's funny. The member opposite just said that we have somehow stoked these tensions. That member, I expect that when he goes to a caucus meeting, a Liberal caucus meeting next time around, that he would be quick to accuse.
Of order, please. I would like order in the House so we can listen to each other. The Honourable Member for Niagara, on a point of order. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that you're in the seat. Madam Speaker Mendez, your predecessor before you, ruled on 4 occasions on points of order of the Liberal government, members of Parliament, including ministers, who continually talked over my colleagues who were speaking on this very...
I have asked the honourable members to preserve order in the House.
Been set. Think about if it was your political foe.
Etc. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resume.
Madam Speaker, that's what we're seeing across the aisle. Time and time again, we are seeing this, but Madam Speaker,
it is right for people to have...
The opposite again don't like to listen to this because it's inconvenient to their narrative. But we've condemned blockades, we've condemned illegal activities, and we've condemned the hateful imagery associated with it. You see, and Madam Speaker, they don't like that because it disrupts the divisive narrative that their leader continues to forward. But Madam Speaker, we've done that while also being the only party in this country that has been willing to actually acknowledge the fact that over the course of the last number of months, there has been an unprecedented level of division that has alienated Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, now that's funny. The member opposite just said that we have somehow stoked these tensions. That member, I expect that when he goes to a caucus meeting, a Liberal caucus meeting next time around, that he would be quick to accuse...
Of order, please. I would like order in the House so we can listen to each other. The Honourable Member for Niagara, on a point of order. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that you're in the seat. Madam Speaker Mendez, your predecessor before you, ruled on 4 occasions on points of order of the Liberal government, members of Parliament, including ministers, who continually talked over my colleagues who were speaking on this very...
I have asked the honourable members to preserve order in the House. I would ask the honourable member to respect the fact that I've asked for order, and we will let the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot pursue, and I will ask it again if necessary.
Madam Speaker, to the subject at hand. We have a Prime Minister that has torqued issues dating back prior to the last election that he called misleading Canadians about time and time again. We have the fact that they have put policies forward in this country that have alienated a group of Canadians that, albeit are in stark disagreement with many of the members opposite, and quite frankly, probably the vast majority, if not all members of this House. They have torqued those tensions to segment, 10 or 15% of this country and called them names, Madam Speaker, that if those labels were applied to any other subsection of society, there would have been outrage. Madam Speaker, that's the legacy of these Liberal governments. They have said time and time again, and we've seen throughout this debate, that they will accuse others of doing exactly what they are doing. Madam Speaker, that's what we're seeing across the aisle. Time and time again, we are seeing this, but Madam Speaker, I would submit to you that after 3 weeks of doing nothing except inflaming the tensions that exist across this country, including with the protests outside and including with some of the blockades that had happened across this country, the Prime Minister did nothing for 3 weeks. Absolutely nothing. Yet, when a poll came out that said only 16% of Canadians would vote for that Prime Minister, all of a sudden he goes nuclear. He takes the sledgehammer. Now has somehow tried to justify it when the reality, Madam Speaker, is that any reasonable interpretation of the Act that has very, very clear guidelines for the conditions that need to be met for the invocation of the Emergencies Act clearly have not been met. And we've heard a lot of that over the course of this evening. Madam Speaker, in the last couple of minutes, there's a few things that I'd like to touch on. We have a Canada that is divided. That's this Liberal government's Canada. It's tragic, but it's true. I hear it every day. Madam, we have a Canada that has state-sanctioned discrimination. Madam, that's the Canada under this Liberal government. We have a Canada that I hear members opposite continually joke about the fact that there are blue-collar workers that drive trucks that are somehow the scourge of society. Madam Speaker, that is Canada under this Liberal government. It is unbelievable that we've come to this point. We need to take pause and think very, very carefully about the path forward. So my challenge, Madam Speaker, to all of those who would consider supporting the invocation or the continuation of the Emergencies Act, my challenge to them would be this. Think about the precedent that's been set. Think about if it was your political foe that was using similar logic under similar circumstances. Would you be quick to engage in this as your option as a path forward? Think about the labels that have been applied by your leader, if that would be an acceptable way to lead this country. Madam Speaker, members of the NDP, members of the Liberals, they have a choice. The highest elected office in this land, Madam Speaker, is that of the Member of Parliament. Many Canadians don't actually realize that. Every member of this House has the opportunity to make their voice heard. So when members on what will be a vote likely Monday evening, when they have their chance to cast their vote, to stand in their place, let them think long and hard about the precedent that they're setting with the invocation of this act, because we can stand up for democracy in the midst of what is an incredibly challenging time for our country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Go Funds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Battle River Crowfoot as he summed up the numbers of parties in this place. He's forgotten the Green Party, which he probably would like to forget, but the reality is that we are the caucus that has not yet declared how we plan to vote. And I would encourage him to give me some reasons to decide to ignore the horrific language and heckling that's taken place all day from those benches to encourage me to vote with them. What specific arguments do you think you could muster that would say that this was a time for Greens to vote with Conservatives?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member from the Green Party, although not official party status, a party that is represented in this place. Madam Speaker, my comment through you to the honourable member would be this. Does this crisis meet the precedent that she would wish to be set for not just this government to invoke the Emergencies Act, but for any future government to do the same? Does the context for which we are having this debate meet that criteria? Madam Speaker, this is not about voting with or against Conservatives. This is about whether or not...
Question was short. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies to yourself and to my colleague. This is a straightforward question, but it's late and ideas are running out. So if I clearly understand the policy, what's at stake here, this is a crisis of leadership. If there's a crisis and you need to make a big decision which will affect all citizens, you have to convince people that your decision is the right one. At the moment, 7 out of 10 provinces in this country disagree with the decision made by the Prime Minister to bring about this act. Does my colleague not think, I know this is an easy question, does my colleague not believe that this represents a lack of leadership on the part of the Prime Minister?
River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with my colleague from the bloc. And I'm glad to hear that they will not be supporting this draconian measure as a response to what is a Liberal failure. Madam Speaker, this is a political crisis. This is not a national crisis that justifies the invoking of the Emergencies Act. But rather, Madam Speaker, this is a political crisis that is the consequence of a Prime Minister that has failed time and time again. He's failed for 6 years. He's failed over the last 3 or 4 weeks. And Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is that we have a country that is more divided than ever. Madam Speaker, this is the consequence of failure, and I am appreciative that the bloc will not be supporting these draconian measures.
Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say I do agree with my colleague opposite on one point, and that point was feeling bad for the truckers. I feel very sorry for the truckers. I happen to represent one of the largest constituencies with many, many truckers, and those truckers called my office. They called me directly, and they were upset. They were upset because they were stuck at the Ambassador Bridge. They were stuck at Coots without food and water for days on end. The same thing happened in Surrey, and the same thing happened in Emerson. So I am standing for the truckers. I'm standing for all of those hard-working truckers that day in and day out are bringing in our supply system. So what would the member say to all of those hard-working truckers?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that she obviously didn't listen to my speech. You know, they brag about there being 90% of truckers that are vaccinated, and that's good. I support vaccination. But, Madam Speaker, the fact that there is 10% that would be forced to lose their livelihoods because of the political decisions of a leader that has refused to acknowledge that there are disagreements. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that she's listening to her constituents, but I would be incredibly surprised if she has not heard the alternative opinion. Certainly I have, and I acknowledge that fully. I speak with those people who have differing opinions than my own, because that's what this place represents. Madam Speaker, and it is an absolute shame that it seems that this government is more concerned about silencing those who they disagree with than actually engaging in a dialogue that could unify the country. Madam Speaker, that has to stop. And this Prime Minister is dividing the country for his personal political gain. Madam Speaker, my fear is, and this is a genuine fear, that if we continue down this path, our country will be torn apart. That's the consequences of failed leadership. And Madam Speaker, that member, I hope, would reflect very carefully whether she's willing to set the precedent that a Prime Minister of a political...
Time is up. The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I must admit it's hard to follow up the member from Battle River Crowfoot with his passionate speech. Nonetheless, here we are tonight debating, after being implemented without a vote in the House of Commons, the Emergency Measures Act. I just want to take us back a little bit. Back, well, I guess about 2 years. I remember distinctly the talk about would these vaccines be mandatory. The government there was even a study several years back at the Health Committee about mandatory vaccines. And it was determined at that study, I think it was 2011, correct me if I'm wrong, that said that it was unconstitutional to make vaccines mandatory. Fast forward to 2020, we have a global pandemic, and the government is saying that vaccination is going to be our way out of this, and the number floated around was 70% vaccination would be an appropriate level of vaccination. And the Prime Minister assured everybody that it would not be mandatory in any case. And then we came to the election, and suddenly vaccines were becoming mandatory. The government said on the eve of an election, which they called in the middle of a pandemic, that there was going to be brought in mandatory vaccines. Get the jab or lose your job became the thing. And I remember we ran on a mandate. We said no mandatory vaccines. Conservatives were opposed to mandatory vaccines. And there we went into the election. And the Prime Minister said some of the most divisive things that we've ever heard a Prime Minister say. He said in an interview, do we have to tolerate these people? Do we have to tolerate these people? What kind of a question is that a Prime Minister would say? Like a Canadian, he also said it previously, before he was the Prime Minister, that a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Then, when it suited his political ends, he suddenly was saying, do we have to tolerate these people? Madam Chair, I want to talk to you about some of the people that he says when he says these people. It has been pointed out to me that people have lost their jobs for using the term these people, but unfortunately the Prime Minister did not lose his job over that. However, one of the people is a good friend of mine. He's an RCMP officer. He had had COVID. He had had an antibody test. He had proved that he had antibodies, and yet, suddenly, there he was being faced with a mandate to be vaccinated or lose his job. He has 5 kids, Madam Chair. There he is, his dream job. He had dreamt his whole life to be an RCMP officer. There he was in his dream job, and his dream job, the livelihood, the way that he feeds his children, the way that he pays for his house, is being put on the line because he must get vaccinated, a vaccine that does exactly what his body has done and gain him immunity to a virus. Madam Chair, that is the crux of the issue, this mandatory vaccine that has been forced upon. Now, the Liberals come out and say all the time, well, the country's united, obviously, Arnold. The fact of the matter is that 90% of people are vaccinated in this country, so why are you worried about the last 10%? Well, Madam Chair, democracy has always been, one of the things of democracy has always been is the protection of the minority. Otherwise, we just lived in the dictatorship of the majority, the tyranny of the majority. So that there's that reason. The other reason is that the other thing that the Liberals are wrong on this is that just because 90% of the population is vaccinated doesn't mean that every one of them wanted to be vaccinated. The fact of the matter is that after about 50% of the population was vaccinated, the Liberals came in with mandatory vaccines. They forced people to get vaccinated. Oh, the Liberals would say, oh, we didn't force anybody. No, we didn't force anybody. Well, you did say, get vaccinated or lose your job. If that's not coercion, if that's not selling the vaccine on the merits of the vaccine, that's coercion. That's not informed consent. That's a nice job you got there. It'd be bad if something happened to it. And by the way, we've got this nice vaccine over here. Madam Chair, that's what we have. We have this immense coercion that took place on behalf of the government. Then there was the demonization, the terrorization on behalf of the government of those folks that weren't vaccinated. In some provinces, you weren't even able to go to the grocery store if you weren't vaccinated. That is the backdrop on which we have. That is the backdrop on which we have these protests start from across the country. And the Prime Minister knew that. For over a week, we watched the Canadian flags being flown on overpasses, on side roads. Everywhere that the convoy went, people came out to greet the convoy. And that was something that the images were stunning. And here we are. The Prime Minister knew that this convoy was coming across the country. He had ample time to react. He had ample time to question what was he doing? Were these mandates working? 90% of the population was vaccinated. The goal had been 70%, and now here we were at 90%. We had seen numbers declining. And perhaps in the week that these truckers were coming across the country, perhaps he could have paused for a moment and said, perhaps we should reconsider this. Dina Hinshaw was saying this. Theresa Tam was saying this. But for some reason, the Prime Minister couldn't come to the conclusion that perhaps he should look at this. And so here we are, truckers coming across the country, opposed to mandates. Perhaps there is a website that says things about insurrection and things like that, perhaps that. But the vast majority of the people that stood alongside the road and waved their Canada flags didn't come to Ottawa, but supported that. They were not thinking insurrection. They were saying, end the mandates. End the mandates. And here we are, entrenched, and using the largest gun in the arsenal, so to speak, the Emergency Measures Act. While at the same time, the border crossing, any critical infrastructure that has been blocked is now no longer blocked. We've seen critical infrastructure blocked in this country before, Madam Chair. It's not that long ago. It's 2 years ago. We've seen the rail blockades of early 2020. Significant hardship brought upon this country. Significant hardship in terms of propane that comes out of the ground in Alberta, put onto trains, that is shipped to Eastern Canada to heat homes, wasn't able to make it there. We've also seen that there was the Emergency Measures Act was not invoked at that time. I wouldn't have advised that we invoke the Emergency Measures Act at that point, but it was critical infrastructure being blocked. We've seen critical infrastructure in terms of roads being blocked, in terms of major projects being built in this country. I haven't advocated for, nor have we seen the Emergency Measures Act invoked in those cases. Currently, Madam Chair, there is the destruction of millions of dollars of equipment in northern BC. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to acknowledge that, nor is he suggesting that we use the Emergency Measures Act on that. We have the Coastal GasLink project, and their equipment has been damaged, and no one seems to be acknowledging that. But here we are in Ottawa, where I haven't heard of any damage of property here in Ottawa, and yet this is a national emergency which we must take the largest, most powerful piece of legislation that we have in this country and to go after this so-called emergency. Another thing I want to talk about, Madam Chair, that the Liberals bring up over and over again is the foreign money that's pouring across the border. One of the things I'd like to know is, first of all, how much foreign money are we talking about here? That's an important piece, because I remember distinctly ever since I've been elected, I've been advocating that we should be looking at foreign money that's coming across the border. And we know that Tides Foundation has put over $700 million into an anti-oil sands campaign in northern Alberta. And because the Liberals perhaps agree with that, they have been like, oh, foreign money influencing our politics? Nothing to see here. Suddenly, when it's the Prime Minister getting a black eye or the Prime Minister's polling numbers being affected, suddenly they're all worried about foreign money influencing Canadian politics. Well, Madam Chair, I say it's about time. It's about time they're worried about that. But to block Canadians bank accounts over so-called foreign money is crazy, Madam Chair.
I have tried to warn the honourable member, but time is up. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'm quite feeling compelled to compare this debate to when COVID-19 first was announced in November 2019, and how long it took before lockdowns were instituted. Lockdowns didn't become instituted until April 2020. That would have been about 6 full months after the first case. And I keep hearing the Conservatives saying that Canadians are being alienated, that they've been not anymore divided. And we keep hearing the Conservatives being supportive of the extremist activities by their photos, by posing with them. and these extremists have been allowed to spread disinformation. They've been allowed to terrorize residents in Ottawa and all these other places for the last 3 weeks. These extremist views are spreading, partly due to conservatives supporting them, encouraging them. Can the member please share if he feels that these extremist activities will continue even if the act was not instituted, even if...
I have to give the honourable member a chance to answer. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I reject the underlying premise of the entire question. That my question back to her essentially is what does this, whatever is happening in Canada, does this rise to the level of needing the Emergencies Measures Act implemented across Canada? We never had it in the spring of 2020 when rail lines were shut down for 18 days and Quebec ran out of propane. We haven't had this during the Coastal GasLink. We're not bringing this in because of the damage that's happening at the Coastal GasLink currently. We haven't had this when the G7 or the G20 was here in town. We didn't use this when 9/11 happened. Does the member really think that the Emergency Measures Act is appropriate at this time? Thank you.
Some comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer to the member's question is very simple. Yes, it does. Think in terms of the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars every day at our border from the USA to Canada. Think of Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta. Those are the three specifics. Think about the ports, whether they're in BC or in Quebec or any other jurisdiction in Canada. The difference between the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party is that we truly care about the jobs and the impact that this is having on Canadians. Take a look outside Ottawa today. The downtown is shut down. Why won't the Conservative Party recognize the reality that not only is it necessary, but the Conservatives should be doing the responsible thing, stop flirting with the protests, and get on side and support what it is the government's trying to do?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, it is surprising to me, I suppose, coming from Alberta, the fact that downtown Ottawa jobs are most important to the Liberals shouldn't surprise me. However, when jobs in Alberta were being threatened by a rail blockade of 2 years back, there was no mention of the Emergency Measures Act at that point in time. There was no mention of it. It was business as usual. We're trying to solve the situation. And, Madam Chair, I would also point out that at that time, they sent out an army of ministers to go and talk with whoever they could to try to alleviate the situation. The opposite took place in this place. There was no ability to dialogue with the convoy as they came across the country. There was no acknowledgement of that their concerns might be valid. There was no even a second glance at the mandates or lifting the mandates. So the Liberals have inflamed this situation and have completely mismanaged it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Député Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We announced that we would vote against the Emergencies Act, but clearly not for the same reasons as my colleague. There's something I'm hearing which shocks me. People are trying to amalgamate freedom and vaccinations. My colleague in his speech said that he has friends who can't go to the restaurant because they're not vaccinated. That has nothing to do with this House. That is provincial jurisdiction. So people are really mixing things up to keep people confused. That is not helpful to anyone. Absolutely not helpful. And the colleague in his speech was trying to convince me to vote for. Thank you.
For Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that fundamentally, this whole situation started. Fundamentally, this entire situation has started when the government put a mandate on truckers to be vaccinated in order to cross the border. The mandates are fundamental to the entire situation that we are dealing with today, and I will make no apologies for bringing that up.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Madam Speaker, as elected officials, our most important responsibility is to protect our citizens and keep them safe. In the past 3 weeks in Ottawa, I have heard firsthand the many unacceptable, dangerous, and threatening situations that the people of Ottawa have faced as a result of illegal blockades and occupation in our city. This includes threatening public safety through intimidation, harassment, racial and homophobic slurs, physical assault, sexual harassment, vandalism, openly displaying symbols of hate, like the Confederate flag that I saw with my own eyes, incessant noise, which is impacting particularly the most vulnerable. Imagine children with autism or seniors with dementia having the honking constantly all night, blocking ambulances, preventing people from being able to go to medical appointments or pick up prescriptions, forcing the Children's Hospital to take on extra security, desecrating our national monuments, including the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Businesses, schools, vaccine clinics closed, people losing paychecks, driving trucks around elementary schools and in neighborhoods while swearing at and terrorizing little children, blocking the road to the airport, trucks with large containers of fuel and other flammable materials near open campfires and fireworks. Not to mention what is happening at our borders and elsewhere in the country, including the cache of weapons that was found at Coutts. I have heard from constituents who have expressed their frustration about a lack of enforcement of rule of law. Many are leaving Centertown to stay with family and friends elsewhere, or even leaving the city. The people of Ottawa have been appealing for the federal government to step in and restore order, and that is why I am very relieved that we are invoking the Emergencies Act. I have constituents who are writing to me, like Judy, who is a senior, who wrote, I am so glad the government enacted the Emergency Measures Act. It is the right thing to do, and I will sleep better tonight. Madam Speaker, this is not something that is done lightly. The Prime Minister was clear that this is a temporary, proportionate, geographically specific, and scalable measure to restore law and order. It does not in any way limit the Charter of Rights, and it is subject to parliamentary oversight, as evidenced by this very debate. Il s'agit de fournir certains outils qui mettront fin à l'occupation.
This will give us tools to end this hateful and unacceptable occupation of our city and of other essential infrastructure, all while ensuring that political dialogue and freedom of expression can occur peacefully and respectfully. Business accounts can be frozen and truck insurance can be frozen. Truckers will have to comply with law enforcement orders. Also, all crowdfunding donations will have to be registered. This will also prevent foreign funding of blockades. It will also make it impossible for people to cross the borders to join the illegal demonstrations. This will increase the powers of police to imprison and give fines. This will also allow us to protect critical and essential services and infrastructures. This will prevent the use of certain goods to support illegal blockades.
Precondition to living in a free and democratic society. What we've been seeing in our city and across the country includes some very organized groups with significant foreign funding whose stated aim is the overthrow of our government and calls for harm to come to elected officials. Groups with links to far-right extremists who are unleashing hatred with violent rhetoric and conspiracy theories are actually deputizing themselves to be able to arrest other citizens. This is an attack on our democracy and institutions of governance. I fully support the use of the Emergencies Act under these circumstances. I want to be clear that I come to this conclusion very reluctantly. I was on the board of the Alberta Civil Liberties Association in grad school. I did my doctoral studies in Canadian constitutional history, and I've spent most of my career on human rights and democracy promotion. I have lived and worked in parts of the world where I have put my own safety at risk to fight for their rights to free speech, democratic accountability, and rule of law. I would do no less for our same rights as Canadians. I just never thought that I would actually have to. Freedom of speech is not the same as freedom to drown out other people's voices. It does not give people the right to break the law. The convoy and occupation of our downtown forced many other people to cancel their events because of security, including the vigil for the anniversary of the Quebec City mosque attack. Freedom of speech does not include throwing excrement at a young woman on her way to work or threatening others with sexual assault or bodily harm just because they're wearing a mask. It does not include making obscene gestures at 6-year-olds on a school trip, throwing objects at journalists, or flooding 911 lines. It does not include blocking healthcare workers so they can't get to the hospitals where they can save lives. And it certainly does not include arson or pushing into a residential apartment building and barricading the exits with handcuffs. Freedom of speech does not mean taking away the rights of others to live in safety. I have worked in countries where force determined whose voices were heard, where the law was flouted with impunity, where might makes right. That is not freedom, and that is not democracy. What the Emergencies Act is doing is making sure that this lawlessness does not take hold or grow roots in our country. It is giving powers of law enforcement to make sure nobody is above the law. It is legal, it is constitutional, it is temporary, and it does not override the Charter of Rights. It is only being used in proportion to the existing threat, and it is subject to parliamentary oversight as well as an inquiry after the fact. I would like to quote from Alex Neve, the former head of Amnesty International Canada. Quote, "This is not a matter of giving up on human rights by shutting down a protest. Quite the contrary, this is a matter of upholding human rights by ending an occupation that is a source of fear, menace, hardship, and harm." Another issue that I'd like to discuss this evening is the taking away of people's livelihoods. Je sais aussi que beaucoup de mes électeurs.
I know that many of my voters have had to close down their businesses. People have lost work hours and paychecks because of this blockade. The Minister of Finance announced that there will be compensation for businesses and employees who have lost income because of this.
From many constituents who have sympathy toward the stated aim of the protests regarding ending vaccine mandates. I encourage them to continue to share their concerns with me in that regard. However, the decision to lift public health measures or to strengthen them must be one taken by elected officials based on advice from public health experts, not based on pressure and threats by people in the streets. I know that the past 2 years have been very hard. Some of us have lost loved ones to or because of COVID. Many of us have family members who struggle with mental health or addictions aggravated by isolation and the closing of schools and workplaces. Many of us have parents or grandparents we haven't been able to see in order to keep them safe. But we've done our part, and we know that it will not last forever. Vaccines have saved tens of thousands of Canadian lives, and already we're seeing optimistic signs. I would also like to emphasize that I understand that not everyone participating in protests was in agreement with the harassment, threats, hatred, and extreme language and objectives expressed by many of the leaders and participants. If so, it is well past time to leave the protest and go home. It is no longer peaceful nor legal in its tactics and aims. There are other forms to express views responsibly. I also think the Canadians need to start talking to each other again. This is already causing rifts within families and friendships. We need to start being decent to each other again, to really hear each other. But we must also make sure that we do that respectfully and without violence. Going into the streets and causing harm to others is not the way to be heard. Threatening people and taking away their safety and livelihoods is not democratic dialogue. Breaking the law is not okay. I wish that the Emergencies Act was not necessary, but in a democratic society, we must stand up against illiberal forces that would deny other people's rights to safety, security, and free expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for her statement. Question. The Finance Minister, the Attorney General, the Minister of Public Safety have all been unable to provide a clear and articulate answer to this pressing question. What is the donation threshold by which a financial institution will freeze an account under the Emergency Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if my honourable colleague were to look at the actual terms, it says very clearly that if the purpose is to further the illegal blockade, and in fact, I would go so far as to say that 52% of the donations are actually coming from outside of Canada. 1,100 of those are coming from people who also donated to the January 6th insurrection in the United States. So this is an incredibly important measure.
Questions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Throughout the evening, the same idea has come back to me time and time again. I've listened to my colleagues list the problems that have happened, and what comes to mind is that, yes, but this is covered by the criminal code, and that comes back to me time and time again, that these things are covered by the criminal code. So my question is the following. Why did we not apply or give more help and more police support, for example, to the city of Ottawa so that the criminal code would be fully applied and enforced instead of heading directly to the Emergencies Act?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in fact, we didn't head directly to the Emergencies Act. In fact, you'll recall that we did provide the City of Ottawa 3 times with supplemental police officers, as well as intelligence capabilities and command capabilities. But, Madam Speaker, the fact remains that the City and the province have declared states of emergency, that they were unable to deal with the extent and the entrenchment of the people who are blockading and occupying Ottawa, and therefore it is necessary. There are certain things that I mentioned in my speech that we can do, including cordoning off certain areas, including going after crowdfunding and other online cyber currencies, including making sure that tow trucks are actually going to be able to take some of these large vessels away. So, Madam Speaker, I think that it is absolutely necessary. And this is the kind of thing that nobody wants to use. But the fact is, in this case, the peace and safety of Canadians was at stake.
Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It should never have come to this. In the speech before this one, the Conservative member brought up the Coastal GasLink pipeline and implied that somehow the destruction of property there was equal or worse to what we've been witnessing. The firearms, the arrests for conspiracy to murder, attempted arson of a residential building, convoy members deputizing themselves, claiming they have the authority to detain and arrest others. Some saying they have guns. Well, expressing sympathy with the convoy participants, that member denounced Indigenous land defenders. And this is all too common. Canadians have witnessed the huge difference in the way that Indigenous and racialized protesters are treated compared to the way the convoy has been treated over the past few weeks by RCMP, by governments. So I'd like the member to tell Canadians how her government is going to address the disproportionate treatment of racialized and Indigenous people who engage in peaceful protests and who defend their own land compared with these groups.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for an incredibly important question. And I would note that the member that she referenced, the member for Peace River Westlock, also called this a so-called emergency. Will you tell that to the people of Ottawa? And yes, I do agree with my honourable colleague that there will have to be a really serious rethinking of how policing is done in this country. We have to look at the biases, the unconscious biases, and the differential ways in which different groups of people are treated by policing and by our justice system. Right now, we need to deal with what is happening here in our city in Ottawa. She articulated very well some of the terrible things that residents here in Ottawa are going through. And I know that she shares my belief that we need to get back to a place of peace and a place where people can actually live in safety. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak even at this late hour, but I have to start by thanking all of the staff of the House of Commons, the interpreters, and yourself, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence and for your hard work over these long hours in the House of Commons up until midnight. Thank you to everyone. But we've been patient for over 20 days now with the illegal blockades that are affecting Canadians' lives, which are hurting our economy and which are endangering public safety. And it's now time that the capacity of the local police forces to apply the law in a serious and effective way, as my colleague Anita said just before me. I would remind the honourable member that we can't refer to the names of other honourable colleagues. Sorry. Yes, I'm very sorry. To the colleague who preceded me, I would like to say that, yes, indeed, the police service was seriously affected. We're using the Emergencies Act to increase the ability of other levels to deal with these blockades, to ensure the safety of Canadians, to preserve jobs, and to reestablish trust in our institutions. In my riding, I have the Highway 50, which links the Laurentians to Ottawa. It's in the heart of my riding, and it was down that highway that the convoy passed. They used that highway coming from Quebec to Ottawa. It created a lot of problems. I got a ton of calls from people throughout my riding who were supporting the government and the Prime Minister, and many of them, Madam Speaker, were truckers themselves, truckers or trucking associations, people who voted in 2021, who expressed their democratic right to vote, and who gave me their trust for a third mandate, Madam Speaker. It's just a small minority who are making all of this noise outside and who are hurting the people of Ottawa-Gatineau every day and night, who won't move their trucks even after they've been asked to by the police several times. Because of the Emergencies Act, we are going to be able to give new powers to the police to deal with this blockade and open these essential corridors. The Emergencies Act will allow the government to mobilize essential services like towers. It'll allow the RCMP to act more quickly to make sure that local laws and bylaws are respected. It will also give us additional power to prevent money from coming in. These are temporary, targeted, and proportionate measures. These measures are good and effective, and they are timely. This is the last option, but it's essential to ensure the safety of Canadians, to protect Canadian jobs, and to reestablish and rebuild trust in our institutions. For 2 years now, Canadians have been making sacrifices and helping each other to get through this terrible worldwide pandemic. For 2 years now, Madam Speaker, Canadians have seen their lives completely upended. And from the beginning, the federal government has been there. The federal government was there throughout the pandemic, working with the provinces to protect the well-being of Canadians. And we're still going to be there tomorrow. The people, the working people of Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, for freelancers and businesses, everybody has been able to benefit from these programs. And it's important to remember that these programs were, most of them, unanimously passed by the House of Commons. So the 338 members of the House of Commons agreed on the benefits and programs that we put in place. We needed those programs, and today we need this act. The benefits to Canadians have helped the different measures that we've put in place, and there have been quite a long list of them. The support that we've provided to businesses, to individuals, homeowners, the credit programs we put in place, the emergency programs for big, small, and medium-sized businesses, the benefit for the next year. These are all measures, and it's such a long list, I haven't been able to name them all. These are measures that have helped our country get through the pandemic, and we're going to continue that work today, Madam Speaker. And we are going to be here today and tomorrow for the Canadians who have been held hostage by these illegal blockades. We've been there for them since the beginning of the pandemic, and we're going to continue to be there, and we'll continue our work that a majority of Canadians elected us to do. The government is taking immediate action which will authorize Canadian financial institutions to temporarily stop providing financial services when the financial agency believes that an account is being used to fund the illegal occupation and blockades. So we're asking financial institutions to reevaluate their relationship with all people involved in these illegal blockades. And business accounts linked with these blockades will be frozen and insurance will be taken away. This will help us protect the safety of Canadians. It will help us protect their jobs. And it will help them rebuild trust in our institutions. As our government has declared that this is an emergency situation, we are now engaged in the debate. We have 7 days, and this government is transparent, and that's why this government has given Parliament the information that it needs to be able to play its role. The declaration lasts for just 30 days unless it's renewed, and we sincerely hope that we'll be able to remove this state of emergency earlier than the 30 days. And the specific measures under the Emergencies Act are limited. They're subject to a number of controls and to Parliament. They have to respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And the Emergencies Act does not involve the Army. The Army falls under the National Defence Act, which is not the act that we are calling on today. We will protect Canadians, we will protect their jobs, and we will help them rebuild trust in our institutions. Madam Speaker, it's very important for the people of Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, and for everybody in the National Capital Region who deserve some peace. For 20 days now, 20 days, Madam Speaker, these illegal blockades have been hurting the people of the national capital. They've been hurting our economy. It's time for us to act, Madam Speaker. They're endangering public safety and the supply chain. And, you know, I've spoken to people who've given me a call, Madam Speaker, or who've contacted me otherwise, and who've told me horror stories of what's been going on. My colleague who spoke before me listed things that the police should have done. And, you know, people in my riding weren't able, for example, to go to their workplace. There are local businesses who have had to cancel contracts. For example, my brother, who has a company where there were trucks on the road, well, he couldn't send his men out to do their work. He had to cancel contracts. He wanted to move some workers who were supposed to be working in Ottawa to somewhere else. And it took a lot of work. This is affecting a lot more than just the parliamentary precinct. And when we hear the opposition say that what's happening is isolated in Ottawa and that maybe we should have done something else than bring in the Emergencies Act, well, I would say that no. This is having a major impact across Quebec and Canada and across my riding. I think that I'm out of time, Madam Speaker, so it's a pleasure for me to end this day, and I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's late for yourself and for everyone. I'd like to thank my colleague. And as a member from Quebec, I wonder how he feels right now defending an act that has been rejected by all of the MNAs in Quebec City by undoubtedly by the MNA from his riding and the MNAs from his riding. They're against it, and I'm sure they've written to him and said, we don't need this. Nothing is happening in Quebec. We don't need this act in Quebec. This act, which is like, again, as I've said earlier, mosquito with a bazooka. How does my colleague feel about all this, given that he's going against his fellow citizens? Between the bazooka and the cannon, well, we'll keep going. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, I would like to thank my colleague from across the way for giving me the opportunity to answer his question, because it's ridiculous the way the block is that doesn't have content. They're inventing needs. You know, we're hearing dangerous things from the Bloc Québécois. Even the leader of the Bloc Québécois act as being something like the War Measures Act. And no, this isn't the War Measures Act. And we are not sending in the army to Quebec with this act. And that will never happen if we don't need it, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm very concerned about the extremist ideology spreading across Canada. I've seen threats from as far as New Brunswick. Is it not important to prevent further support of these extremist views from taking root in all of the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, I would like to thank my colleague for mentioning that this network is also, we have extremists who are dangerous to our society, not just for the supply chains and not just for our families and for their safety, etc., but we also need to consider that these extremists, they can be very dangerous. So this act is needed for the next 30 days. It will be applied largely in Ottawa, but possibly elsewhere, and as needed. But we hope that certain provinces won't need it, but the act will be in place as needed.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the member a question about civil liberties. There are many Canadians who will have donated to the convoy before recent developments, certainly without any criminal intent, maybe donating as an expression of their concerns about mandates and before any of the blockades had started. Based on the Justice Minister's comments to Evan Solomon, it appears that the government is contemplating freezing the bank accounts of people who have donated as a response to Donald Trump or something else. I'm concerned that this is a serious civil liberty issue, that people without criminal intent who may have donated in good faith without knowing some of the things that have gone on since could lose access to their bank accounts.
We have to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary a chance to answer. We are about to run out of time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick in summing up. Listen, the act is clear, okay? Everybody who illegally funds these blockades, the institutions will investigate, working with police services, and they have to provide the information to police services, and there will be serious investigations. I trust our legal system. I trust our police system.
Order made earlier today. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the ratification at the next sitting of the House. En conséquence,
As such, this House stands adjourned until later today at 7 o'clock in the morning, pursuant to the order adopted earlier today.